영어를 한글로 영한 통역을 위한 인이어가 준비되어 있습니다. 참 활용해 주시면 감사하겠고요. 지금은 유튜브가 계속 송출되어지고 있는 상태고요. 또 이렇게 줌도 함께 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 한 2분 뒤에 저희가 공식적인 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오늘 진행을 맡게 된 경남대학교 교수 박소진입니다. 곱게 물든 단풍의 유혹과 바쁜 일정을 뒤로하고 이 자리를 빛내주신 여러분께 깊이 감사드립니다. 먼저 대한민국 제조업의 심장 창원에서 2020년 한-세계화상 비즈니스 국제 심포지움을 개최하게 된 것을 매우 영광으로 생각합니다. 한국산업경영학회와 한국경영학회는 동남아 경영학자들과 화교 기업인들이 한데 모여 새로운 활력을 모색하는 자리를 마련하였습니다. 오늘 이 뜻깊은 행사를 위하여 노고를 아끼지 않으신 박영근 한국산업경영학회 회장님께 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 원활한 진행을 위하여 휴대폰은 진동으로 해주시고 끝까지 자리를 지켜주시길 부탁드립니다. 그럼 지금부터 박영근 한국산업경영학회장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주세요.
안녕하십니까. 한국산업경영학회 회장을 맡고 있는 창원대학교 박영근 교수입니다. 이번 국제심포지움은 창원시 KWCB 조직위원회 코엑스의 후원으로 한-세계화상 비즈니스 위크의 주요 행사로 개최하게 되었습니다. 한국산업경영학회, 한국경영학회, 한국국제경영학회가 공동으로 주최하는 이번 국제심포지움은 동남아시아 국가 경제에 지대한 영향을 미치는 화상의 현황과 이들의 영향력을 연구 분석하고 이들과의 비즈니스 관계 구축 방안에 대한 논의를 하고자 개최하게 되었습니다. 코비드19로 인한 세계 경제 위축과 각국의 이익을 추구하는 탈세계화 시대가 계속됨으로써 기업 활동이 점점 어려워지고 있습니다. 특히 미중 무역 전쟁과 한일 무역 갈등은 국내외 정치, 경제적 환경 불확실성을 더욱 높이고 있습니다. 그동안 수출 주도 성장으로 세계화 시대의 혜택을 톡톡히 누린 한국은 강대국 간의 패권 경쟁으로 더욱더 큰 어려움에 직면하고 있습니다. 이를 극복하기 위한 하나의 대안으로 문재인 정부는 신남방 정책을 표방하고 인도 차이나 반도를 중심으로 한 새로운 경제권을 개발해 나가고 있습니다. 특히 동남아시아는 화교 출신 기업인이 경제를 장악하고 있어 이들과의 네트워크가 절대적입니다. 세계 화상 인구는 약 6천만 명이며 이들의 자산 규모는 약 3조 달러에 달합니다. 특히 동남아시아 10대 부자 중 9명이 화상이며 동남아 경제의 70%를 이들이 장악하고 있습니다. 이번 국제심포지움을 통해서 동남아시아 경영학자들과 화교 기업인들이 한자리에 모여 새로운 아시아 중심 경제 활력을 모색하는 계기가 되기를 희망하며 한류 문화의 세계화에도 기여하기를 바랍니다. 이번 국제심포지움은 코비드19로 인해 온 오프라인을 병행하는 하이브리드 방식으로 진행합니다. 해외 학자들은 줌을 통한 온라인으로 발표와 토론을 하며 국내 학자들은 이 장소 세코에서 오프라인으로 진행될 것입니다. 발표와 토론을 맡아주실 국내외 저명한 교수님께 감사드리며 이 심포지움을 적극적으로 지원해 주신 허성무 시장님께 감사드립니다. 오늘 이 심포지움을 통해 한국을 비롯한 동남아시아 국가들이 동방성장하는 계기가 되기를 바라며 심포지움에 참석하신 모든 분들께 행운이 가득하기를 기원드립니다. 감사합니다.
다음으로 허성무 창원시장님의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주세요.
예, 반갑습니다. 창원시장 허성무입니다. 오늘 한국산업경영학회, 그다음에 한국경영학회, 한국국제경영학회가 공동 주관하는 한-세계화상 비즈니스 국제 심포지움 개최 진심으로 축하드립니다. 우리 창원시를 방문해 주신 국내의 기빈 여러분, 그리고 이 자리에 계신 시민 여러분과 온라인으로 참여해 주신 모든 분들을 또 진심으로 환영해 맞이하였습니다. 또한 학술대회 준비를 위해 애쓰신 박영건 한국산업경영학회 회장님, 이영면 한국경영학회 회장님, 서교민 한국국제경영학회 회장님께 감사드립니다. 그리고 주제 발표와 토론을 위해 함께해 주신 국내외 여러 학회 관계자와 전문가 여러분께도 깊은 감사의 말씀드립니다. 정부는 해외시장 교착을 통한 교육 다변화를 위해 신남방 정책을 추진하고 있습니다. 세계 경제의 새로운 성장 엔진과 아세안 지역과 전략적 동반자 관계를 형성하고 경제와 외교의 다변화를 시도하기 위함입니다. 그리고 코로나19가 가져온 전 세계적 위기, 대한민국 경제의 정상화를 위해서는 우리 경제의 40%를 차지하고 있는 수출의 빠른 회복이 필요합니다. 해외 투자 유치와 교육 확대, 수출 시장의 다변화를 위해 가감한 도전이 있어야만 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 우리는 세계 3대 상단인 화상에 눈을 돌려야만 합니다. 전 세계에 퍼져 있는 중국계 화교 상인인 화상은 2,400조 원에 상당하는 막강한 경제력을 과시하며 세계 경제와 아시안 경제의 큰 축을 차지하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이에 우리 창원시는 화상과 손을 잡고 2020 한-세계화상 비즈니스 위크를 개최하였습니다. 코로나 시대 국가적 위기 상황에서 수출의 어려움을 겪고 있는 국내 기업체의 활로 개척과 해외 자본 유치를 통한 국내 경제 활성화에 크게 기여할 것이라고 확신하고 있습니다. 그리고 이번 행사는 특별히 신남방정책특별위원회와 중소벤처기업부가 후원기관으로 참여하고 있습니다. 정부의 신남방정책, 브랜드 K 수출 등과 연계한 행사로 진행되어 국가의 정책적 지원 아래 국내 기업과 세계 화상 간의 실질적 교류로 이어질 가능성을 더욱 높이고 있습니다. 특히 국내외 훌륭한 석학 여러분을 모시고 한-세계 화상 비즈니스 국제 심포지움도 이렇게 개최하게 되었습니다. 화상과 신협력 체계를 구축하고 공동의 생태계 조성 및 세계 시장으로의 공동 진출을 모색하는 새로운 비즈니스 모델 창출을 논의하는 자리가 될 것이라고 확신합니다. 창원시는 올해 코로나19 또 작년부터 이어져오는 일본의 수출 규제 등 국가적 위기에서도 시민과 힘을 모아 위기를 돌파해 오고 있습니다. 창원형 뉴딜, 미래 신산업 선도, 기후변화 대응 등 지속 가능한 도시 성장을 위해 도시의 역량을 집중하고 있습니다. 코로나19 속에서도 한 화상 비즈니스 위기에 온라인 PR 플랫폼을 활용 국제 비즈니스의 뉴 노멀을 만들었습니다. 오늘 심포지엄이 한국과 세계 화상 간의 공동 번영과 협력을 위한 논의의 시간이 되길 바랍니다. 여러분, 오늘 정말 이 학회를 위해서 먼 길 와주셨는데 우리 교수님들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀 다시 한번 드립니다. 저희들이 처음으로 세계 화상과의 이런 비즈니스 대 비즈니스 B2B 행사를 진행하고 있습니다만은 화상에 대한 정보나 또 학술적으로 축적된 그런 기반들이 너무나 부족하여 오늘 이 학술 대회가 그런 이론적 배경과 토대가 되는 좋은 계기가 되어 주셨으면 하는 그런 간절한 바람을 가지고 있습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 시장님 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로 범대복 KWCEB 조직위원장님의 축사는 서면으로 대신하겠습니다. 다음으로 이영면 한국경영학회 회장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주세요.
저는 축하 인사를 영어로 좀 준비를 했습니다. 영어로 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. Welcome to Changwon City, Korea. I am Youngmyeon Lee, professor at Dongguk University and the president of Korean Academic Society of Business Administration, KASPA. First of all, I deeply appreciate those who organize and host Korea World Chinese Entrepreneurs Business Week 2020, despite the difficulties of Corona-19. Ho Sung-moo, Mayor of Changwon City, and Bom Dae-bok, President of Korea Busan, Ulsan, Gyeongnam Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KWCSB Korea. Thank you so much. It is also an honor for us, KASPA, participating to hold the 2020 KWCSB Symposium in this business week. Together with Korean Association of Industrial Business Administration, KAIBA, and the Korean Academy of International Business, KAIB. World Chinese entrepreneurs have a long history and are known as huge and powerful group that support economies not only in Asia, but also around the world. Even in the face of unprecedented situation of Corona-19, we can feel the power of holding this business week and the academic conference like this without stopping. The KASPA is a management-related academic organization established in 1956. Every summer, more than 2,000 people participating in the conference, and as today, various academic meetings are held in collaboration with various academic societies and institutions. We are now experiencing the unprecedented situation of Corona-19 in the era of contact, which has increased the distance between people and built invisible barriers among countries. Many companies are contemplating the direction to go through these difficulties. Department stores and hypermarkets in Korea are reinforcing online sales, and sales of products and services related to the internet or at home are increasing as home working and living expand. However, business sectors, including overseas travel and face-to-face contact, such as travel and air, are struggling. In this situation, today's symposium is believed to have many implications for our businesses and economic recovery that are struggling during the Corona-19 period. In addition, I think it's time to show the win-win collaboration between Chinese entrepreneurs and Korean businesses. I believe that corporate management always consists of a history that has crises and responses. I'd like to thank you, President Park Young-gun of the Korean Association of Industrial Business Administration and all of the people involved in preparing the contents of the symposium despite the difficulties, as well as the presenters, debaters, and moderators for this presentation and discussion at today's symposium. Lastly, I deeply appreciate the sponsors, the World Chinese Entrepreneurs Convention, WCEC, the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of SMEs and Startups, Changwon City, and the BNK Bank. Thank you.
네, 먼 길 와주신 한국경영학회 회장님께 감사드립니다. 다음으로 송영길 국회 외교통일위원회 위원장님의 기조 강연을 온라인으로 시청하시겠습니다.
위원회 송영길 위원장입니다. 2020년 한-세계화상 비즈니스 국제 심포지움 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아울러 행사를 준비해 주신 한국산업경영학회 박영근 회장님과 한국국제경영학회 서민교 회장님 그리고 관계자 여러분의 노고에 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 이번 11월 창원에서는 한-세계화상 비즈니스 위크가 열립니다. 정부의 신남방 정책과 동남아시아 시장을 분석 연구하여 대한민국 경제 발전을 도모하기 위한 소중한 행사입니다. 창원시의 방위산업과 수소에너지산업 그리고 K-팝 한류 산업의 발전 방향을 모색하는 추계 학술대회도 개최된다고 합니다. 여러분들의 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. 우리는 도로와 교통, 운수가 발달하지 않았던 1500여 년 전 삼국시대 때부터 중국과 일본과 거래를 해왔습니다. 통일신라 시대에는 이슬람 상인과도 왕래하며 해상왕 장보고라는 기록이 있을 정도로 무역이 활발했습니다. 오래전부터 해양과 대륙을 이어가며 경제와 문화를 교류해온 교역이 발달한 나라입니다. 현재도 3년 연속 무역 1조 달러를 달성하고 11년 연속 무역 흑자라는 기록을 세우며 무역 강국 대한민국의 명성을 이어가고 있습니다. 그러나 세계 10대 수출국 모두 수출이 감소할 정도로 세계 경제가 둔화되고 미중 무역 분쟁과 일본의 수출 규제 등 복잡한 국제 정세의 영향으로 어려움에 직면해 있습니다. 코로나19라는 미중유 사태 역시 국내 기업들의 활동을 더욱 위축시키고 있습니다. 엄중한 국제 경제 상황에서 우리는 새로운 해법을 찾아야 했습니다. 하나의 대안이 바로 신남방 정책입니다. 인도네시아, 태국, 베트남 등 아세안 국가와 인도의 새로운 경제권을 개발하고 신남방 지역과의 경제, 정치, 문화적 협력을 공고히 하자는 것입니다. 문재인 정부는 대통령 직속 정책기획위원회 산하의 신남방 정책특별위원회를 두고 우리 기업들의 시장 진출을 돕고 상호 교류 활동을 지원해 오고 있습니다. 무역과 투자 증진을 위한 제도적 기반을 마련하며 신남방 지역 내 인프라 구축에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 신남방 지역 수출 비중은 올해 처음으로 20%를 돌파했으며 아세안은 중국에 이어서 제2의 교역 상대로 미국, 일본을 능가하고 있는 핵심 파트너로 발전하고 있습니다. 이러한 시점에서 동남아시아 국가로 진출한 우리 기업의 성장 전략을 모색하기 위한 2020 한-세계 화상 비즈니스 국제 심포지움의 개최는 매우 시적절하고 의미가 있다고 하겠습니다. 오늘 심포지움은 실제 동남아시아 경제에서 주요한 주체인 화교 출신 기업인과 학계의 전문가들을 모시고 우리 기업인들의 안정적인 진출 방안을 모색하는 소중한 자리라고 들었습니다. 동남아시아 시장의 현황과 화상들의 영향력을 분석하는 학술 연구는 기업 차원에서 산업별 성장 전략을 수립하고 대한민국과 세계 화상과의 인적 네트워크를 구축하는 기회가 되리라 생각합니다. 문재인 대통령께서는 개방과 포용으로 성장을 이끌어온 무역이 우리의 가장 강력한 힘이라고 말씀했습니다. 코로나19 사태와 보호무역주의로 세계 시장이 얼어붙었습니다. 그러나 우리는 늘 그래왔듯이 위기를 기회로 바꾸어 갈 것입니다. 새로운 수출 동력으로 이 위기를 극복해 나갈 것입니다. 오늘 이 자리가 정부의 신남방 정책과 시너지 효과를 일으켜 대한민국의 아세안, 인도 국가 간의 협력과 교류가 공고해지는 소중한 자리가 되기를 바랍니다. 우리의 선조들이 대륙으로, 해양으로 뻗어 나갔듯이 우리 역시 전 세계를 무대로 교류와 교역의 영역을 넓혀갈 것입니다. 앞으로도 많은 관심과 지원으로 함께해 주시기 바랍니다. 마지막으로 바쁘신 와중에 참석하여 지식과 경험을 나눠주신 많은 분들께 감사의 인사를 전합니다. 저도 국회 외교통일위원회 위원장으로서 신남방 경제정책의 성공을 잘 뒷받침해 나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 잠시 장례 정리 후 표동진 교수님 사회로 주제 발표가 있겠습니다.
So please remain seated. 토픽 세션이 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 저희가 지금 해외에서 들어오는 참가자들과 어떤 그 대화를 위해 지금 셋업을 하고 있는데요. 지금 다 Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Please wave your hands if you can hear me. I think we all set. Okay. 시작할까요? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to 2020 KWCEB International Symposium, even during the times of pandemic. This is Dong Jin-pyo from Changwon National University. From now on, we're gonna have a topic session as scheduled. I'm very honored to serve as a moderator for these sessions. As you can check from the guidebook of the symposiums, the topic sessions consist of 5 consecutive talks, which will be followed by discussion sessions. I want to inform you that no question will be given after each talk due to the limited time. Therefore, any questions and other related issues will be discussed at the end of the sessions. For this session, we have invited speakers and discussants mainly from Southeast Asian countries, as well as South Korea. I want to remind you that the speakers and discussants from overseas will participate in this session through online conferencing tool because of the ongoing pandemic. So I want to ask speakers and discussants from overseas to make sure you're ready to give a talk when I call your name. The topics to be presented here today ranges from South Korea's policies toward the Southeast Asian countries and to the current status of K-pop culture in Southeast Asian countries, as well as its implication for the relationship between Korean entrepreneurs and world Chinese entrepreneurs. I hope you really enjoy these sessions. Before we get started, Professor Park Young-gun, the president of KAIBA, will deliver short welcoming remarks for all participants. Please welcome Professor Park.
제가 인사말을 했습니다마는 또 외국에서 줌으로 들어오신 교수님들하고는 처음 대면이기 때문에 제가 영어로 간단하게 인사말을 다시 하도록 하겠습니다. Hello everyone. I am Professor Young-gun Park of Changwon National University and the President of KAIBA. This international symposium will be held as a major event of Korea World Chinese Entrepreneur Business Week with the support of Changwon City, KWCB Organizing Committee, and COEX. This international symposium, jointly hosted by the KAIBA, Korean Association of Industrial Business Administration, the KASBA, Korean Academy Society of Business Administration, and the KAIBS, Korean Academy of International Business, is designed to study and analyze the current status of Chinese entrepreneurs and their influence on the economy of Southeast Asia. We will discuss ways to build business relationship with them. Thanks to Professor Janet Angeline Madamba of Philippine University, Philippines. Professor Christina Cecilia of Telkom University, Indonesia. Professor Min-nen Yan of Chinese Cultural University, Taiwan, for presenting through Zoom. Also, thanks to Professor Yoon-min Kim of Kaemyung University, Korea, Professor Jong-bae Kim of Seungshin Women's University, Korea, for the presentation. Also, thanks to Professor Peter Laktam of Thammasat University, Thailand, Professor Kok Jung Pham of Technology University, Vietnam, for discussing through Zoom. Also, thanks to Professor Bonsun Park of Korea University, Korea, and Professor Sun Hwan Jeon of Jungbu University, Korea, for the discussion. We hope that this symposium will serve an opportunity for shared growth in Southeast Asian countries, including Korea. And I wish all the people who attended symposium full of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park. Okay, now it's time to move on to the first talk of these sessions. The first speaker is Professor Kim Yoon-min from Kaemyung University. The title of his talk is given as The New Southern Policy and Win-Win Strategy Between Korea and World Chinese Entrepreneurs, which sounds very interesting. Please welcome Professor Kim.
예, 안녕하십니까. 계명대학교 김유민이라고 합니다. 영어로 하겠습니다. My topic is the new southern policy of Moon Jae-in government and win-win strategy between Korea and world Chinese entrepreneurs. And also, let me explain about the brief introduction for new southern policy. And the new southern policy is a new policy paradigm and the Republic of Korea's core diplomatic initiative. And also new southern policy is aimed at realizing the mutual prosperity and peace, not only Korean Peninsula, but in East Asia and the world. And also to this end, the policy seeks to elevate Korea's relation with ASEAN member states and India, and in political and economic and social cultural spheres, and among others, to the same level, Korea maintains with the four major forces, which is United States and China and Japan and Russia. And there are the three scopes for the new southern policy. The first one is people, the people-centered community, that connects people to people and mind to minds. And also the second core the factors are the peace, a community that suffers regional peace and security. And my research is concentrated on prosperity. So what the prosperity means, a community with shared the prosperity, where our partner countries strive together through the mutually beneficial and forward-looking economic cooperation. And also this prosperity factor will support the Korea companies' participation in infrastructure development project in new southern policy target countries, and also providing the support to help Korean companies participate in infrastructure development project in new southern policy target countries through cooperation in key areas such as transportation and energy and the water resources management. And also this prosperity factor will provide support for the small and medium enterprises to make inroads into the overseas markets. So to go to foreign country, I have thought about which kind of a strategy will be very good to go to abroad. So I reminded the joint venture. We must make a joint venture with local companies. So I have researched about 500 the local companies, local ASEAN the conglomerates, and also the hidden champion companies, and also the Mittelstand, which is 강소기업 in Germany. And so I have researches about 500 companies financial statement, and also I found out about 50 the hidden champions and ASEAN conglomerates with using the financial statement. And also I ranked from 1 to 50 very energetic the 강소기업s actually, which is the hidden champion in Korean. So that's why also I chose especially the overseas Chinese companies. So overseas Chinese enterprises in Indonesia and Malaysia and Philippines and Singapore and Thailand and Vietnam. And also to satisfy this criteria, there are 3 criteria to satisfy to be chosen. The first one is the company should be large. So that's why the first criteria is enterprises with $100 million sales. And also the second one is the top 50 sales Southeast Asian enterprises in 2019. And also it must satisfy the fast growing company. And also so sales CAGR should be which is CAGR, which is compound annual growth rate over 15%. From 2015 to 2019. And also, the company should be profitable. So that's why EBITDA, which is earning before interest rate and taxes and depreciation and amortization, should be compared with sales over 10% from 2015 to 2019. So I chose, so I found lots of overseas Chinese companies in ASEAN countries. The first one is CP Groups. CP Group is the Charawen Pokphand in Thailand. So CP Group is the Thai conglomerate based in Bangkok in Thailand, and it's like a Samsung in Thailand. So it's Thailand's largest private company and one of the world's largest conglomerates. And also the company describes itself as having 8 business lines covering 13 business groups. And also as 2020, the group has investment in 21 countries, including Korea. And also they have an affiliate, which name is CP Foods, which is CPF, and also True Group, which is like a SK Telecom in Thailand. So it's also the CPF is the world's largest producer of the feed shrimp, and also a top 3 producer for poultry and pork, and among others agricultural produces. And also Southeast Asia's largest retail business by the revenue, with like 12,000 7-Eleven stores and Siam Macro, which is like E-Mart in Korea, and also the 12,000 7-Elevens. 7-Eleven is owned by the Japanese company, the Ito Yokado, but all 7-Eleven stores in Thailand, all of them are owned by the CP groups. And also True Group, which is the SK Telecom in Thailand, not one of the largest telecom firms. It's the biggest telecom firm in Southeast Asia, with about 25 million mobile customers. So also, when you see the sales share, it looks like this. And also, when you see the sales and profit, so you can see the enormous sales rate and profit rate. So for the sales, the CAGR is about 15.3%, and also EBITDA is about CAGR is about 15.3%. So that's why it's very profitable and also sells very well. And the second one is number 7. So I made from number 1 to number 50 companies. So I chose the companies which is owned by overseas Chinese company. And also the second one is number 7, the Sampoera Group, which is in Indonesia. Sampoena is the Indonesian tobacco company. Not even tobacco company, it's like a conglomerate It's like a jabber in Korea. And also owned by the overseas Chinese family, and also Philip Morris, which is the world famous tobacco company. And the Sampayana is the largest Indonesian tobacco company. And also it produces crack-tech type, the Krobo cigarettes. And also a typical brand is like a Sampayana A mild, the all-filter cigarette in the white paper. And also when you see the sales share, it looks like this. And also the sales and profit is very enormous also. The sales is about CAGR about 21.4%. And also EBITDA is about CAGR about 24.9%. The third one is CIMB. I love this company, especially because I'm finance professor. And also, I'm expert about Islamic finance. They do Islamic finance very well. Some finance companies, like they perform Islamic finance really well is CIMB and also the Maybank. Maybank is not overseas Chinese-owned company, so that's why I excluded it. But CIMB is overseas Chinese-owned company. So CIMB Group Holdings Berhad. Berhad means corporation in Indonesian. And also CIMB Group is the indigenous the ASEAN Investment Bank, and also especially focused on the Islamic finance. And also, CIMB has a wide retail branch network with 10,080 branches across the region. And also, the group has about 40,000 employees located in 18 countries. And also, the profit and sales is very quick, actually. They are doing really good job in business. So sales is about, CAGR is about 15.3%, and also EBITDA is the CAGR about 19.4%. And also the next one is from Malaysia. So among 50 companies, among 50 ASEAN conglomerates or hidden champions, the YTR Corporation from Malaysia, also they are really big company. And so YTL, the corporation Berhad, which is the YPN Corporation, is Malaysian infrastructure conglomerate, which is construction company. And also global infrastructure company, the generating over like 18 billion rupee, which is the US dollar about $4 billion value in revenues, with about 70% coming from overseas. And also it's also very quickly growing company. So sales is about, the CAGR is about 33.5%, and profit, so the EBITDA is about, CAGR is about 8.7%. So you can see also Golden Agri Resources, the Singapore, and also it's the number 12 among 50 champion companies. And so Golden Agri Resources is the Singaporean, the palm oil company. So we don't know the importance of palm oil, but in Southeast Asia, most of the main industry is related to palm oil industry. So it's a very important issue. It's also really, palm oil is really necessary good for Southeast Asia. And so sales share is like this. Also, they are mostly concentrated on palm oil and also soybean. Yeah, and also the region is in the Indonesia and China. Yeah, that's why also it's an overseas Chinese company. And also the sales and profit is also very enormous. The sales is about CAGR about 20%, but EBITDA is not so good. So CAGR about minus 20%. So, but it satisfied my criteria, so that's why I put in my list. So the rank 18, the company is the Genting Group. So Malaysia, which is my favorite company, actually. Because the Genting Group is from the initial leisure and hospitality activities. And also it owns casino. And also the Genting Group, they expanded and diversified into their activities, including the plantation agriculture, and properties, and power generation, and oil and gas, and e-commerce, and information technology, and biotechnology. And so that's why the leisure and hospitality, so even because they own the casino, so it's the biggest share in their company. And also the sales is also very fast. The sales growing very fast. And so CAGR is 21.1%, and EBITDA is CAGR about 32.8%. So there is in the 19th rank, the company is SM Investment, which is not SM Entertainment in Korea. From Philippines. So SM Investment is also a Philippine conglomerate with interest in shopping mall development. So I was very surprised because I have been to lots of the Southeast Asian countries. They usually have fun during weekend. All of them goes to shopping mall. And also they have a very strong will to spend actually. So that's why the Southeastern economy is really growing fast now. Yeah, so that's why, So there are enormous people, a lot of people, like millions of people go to shopping malls. So that's why the future of the Southeast Asia's the economy is really bright. What I'm thinking is because in economy, the consumption is the most important. So that's why the SM Investment Corporation is the Philippine conglomerate with interest in the shopping mall development and management, and also retail and real estate development and banking and tourism. It's also conglomerate like a Jebor in the Philippines. And also the sales is growing really fast. Sales is about CAGR about 20.3%, and EBITDA is about CAGR about 17.4%. So also Gudang Garam, Indonesia, is also cigarette company. Personally, the successor, the son of the president, is my friend. So I completely interested in this company because my friend is the owner. So PT Gudang Garam, TBK, is an Indonesian cigarette company. The best known for is Kretek and Crop cigarette products. And also Indonesia's 5th largest tobacco manufacturer with a market share of about 20%. So conclusion, so the President's Committee in the New Southern Policy can provide support for Korean companies to participate in infrastructure projects and make inroads into manufacturing sector in the New Southern Policy target countries. So in my case, make a joint venture with the local companies, local hidden champions or local the conglomerates. It should be very good strategy to go to abroad, especially in Southeast Asia. So the committee strives to spread Hanyu or the Korean wave in overseas markets that have a huge growth potential by promoting K-food or K-beauty or K-pop. And also, the New Southern Policy target countries are the promising markets for building a global open innovation platform for the joint response to the fourth industrial revolution. We always say fourth industrial revolution this time. It's a really, really common word and really, really popular word in Korea. And so therefore, the committee can seek to increase the business opportunities in this region by adopting a cooperative model that satisfies the needs of each partner country. So finally, ultimately, the committee will be able to build a foundation for mutual beneficial and future-oriented economic cooperation with the New Southern Policy target countries. Thank you very much.
Professor Kim, thank you for the very useful information about the firms, which are very unfamiliar to Korean people. Okay, now let's keep moving on to the second presentation. As a second speaker, Professor Madamba Janet from Philippine University will deliver her talk on the current status of Chinese entrepreneurs in Philippines. Please welcome Professor Madamba. Professor Madamba, you're good to begin your talk. Did you turn on your microphone? we made a request to you. For, okay, yeah.
Yes. There we go. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your invitation to this prestigious conference. Professor Yonggun Park, thank you so much for thinking of me. And nevertheless, I'd like to present a paper entitled Current Status of Chinese Entrepreneurs in the Philippines and Ways to Expand Trade Between them and Korea. So I'm with the Department of Business Management and Entrepreneurship at the College of Economics and Management at the University of the Philippines. Now, the Philippines is an archipelagic country and is known for its strategic location in Southeast Asia. So we have always been the target, I would say, of a lot of other cultures wishing to come and trade with us. The Philippines is actually a fusion of cultures, predominantly Spanish, Chinese, American, and with Filipinos belonging to one of the 134 ethnic groups, many of whom are indigenous people. So China's proximity to the Philippines has attracted many traders and potential immigrants. And with the Chinese population currently at 1.5% of the total population, this has been steadily increasing. Now, the Chinese Filipinos in the Philippines have for centuries dominated Philippine business. Up to the present time, where 7 out of the 10 richest Philippine-based tycoons are of Chinese lineage. In addition, many Chinese Filipinos also operate micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, which comprise over 95% of all enterprises in the country. So I'd like to walk you down my outline. There are 4 segments in my talk. First, I will talk about the Philippine commerce, a historical perspective to give you a better idea as to why this is the situation right now. Second, the current business landscape in the Philippines, followed by the status of Chinese enterprises and entrepreneurs in the Philippines. And lastly, I will give some broad strokes, business development and market expansion opportunities with Korea. So long before the Spaniards came, or even the Americans and Chinese, or rather Japanese colonized the Philippines, it was the Chinese that have engaged in trade with Filipinos. In fact, ancient ceramics prove that Filipinos and Chinese engaged in barter trade as far back as the 10th century. It is not widely known that Filipinos initiated actually contacts with the Chinese rulers to do trade, and it is not really the other way around. Now, during the Spanish occupation of the Philippines, Chinese people in large numbers arrived and settled in Manila. They were called Sangley, or pure-blooded Chinese people. However, through intermarriage of Filipino natives and the Chinese, a new class called the Mestizo de Sangley was produced. And it is this huge Chinese population in Manila, which were made up of primarily merchants, was made to live in an area known as the Parian district during the 16th and 17th centuries. So they traded goods like silk, tobacco, fruits, and the like, and many became wealthy. And the Parian district historically became today's Binondo, the world's oldest Chinatown. At the time the Spanish era ended in the Philippines after 300 years of Spanish rule, the Chinese Filipinos evolved into the middle class of Philippine society. And during the American colonization period, the Chinese were seen as aliens residing in the Philippines. Therefore, those with interracial blood were made to choose between Filipino and Chinese citizenship, with many Chinese mestizos opting for Filipino citizenship to be able to secure their stay in the country. Now, Binondo, okay, this is old Binondo during World War II. This was recognized as the financial capital in the Philippines. And through the financial capital, and though rather the financial capital was eventually moved to another district, but Binondo still remains an active and thriving business destination. The ethnic Chinese and Chinese Filipinos, known as Chinoys, are essentially dominant in the food and textile sectors. Now, during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, the Chinese fought side by side with Filipinos and as war allies. The Chinese suffered at the hands of the Japanese because of hostilities brought about by a previous battle, the Sino-Japanese War of 1937. But after the independence was granted to the Philippines by the Americans in 1946, the Chinese Sangleys and Mestizos helped the Filipinos rebuild the country. So
Excuse
today,
me, Professor Madamba, excuse me. I think you forgot,
Yes?
you forgot to share your presenting materials.
I forgot to share mine.
You present PPT slides or whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay,
So,
sure.
yeah. So audience cannot actually see your materials.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So if you don't mind, can
Sure, I'll go back.
can you start over again?
Oh, no problem. I won't.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. You have a screen sharing icon at the bottom of Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I wonder why it's not working. There. Okay.
It didn't work?
Yes. Can you see something now? Can you see the slides?
Not yet.
Can you? Can you see the slides now?
No, we
No?
can see.
I wonder what's wrong. Yes, okay. So here, start screen. That's what we did. Okay.
No, no. Yeah, click the screen sharing button
Yeah.
and
I already-
choose your PPT
Share,
slide.
yeah, okay. There. Sorry
Yes.
about. So now can you see this?
Yeah, yeah. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Okay, thank you. And to think that we practiced. I mean, there, okay? Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for inviting me to this very prestigious conference. I'd like to present my paper. My name is Jeanette Angeline D. Madamba from University of the Philippines at Los Baños, Laguna, Philippines. Title of my paper is Current Status of Chinese Entrepreneurs in the Philippines and Ways to Expand Trade Between Them and Korea. Now, we know that the Philippines is an archipelagic country and is known for its strategic location in the Southeast Asian area. And so therefore, that's the reason why a lot of cultures wish to trade with us. And therefore, the Philippines is known as a fusion of cultures, predominantly Spanish, Chinese, and American, with Filipinos belonging to one of the 134 ethnic groups, many of whom are indigenous people. Now, China's proximity to the Philippines has attracted many traders and potential immigrants. With the Chinese population in the Philippines currently at 1.5% of the total population, this has been steadily increasing. In fact, the Chinese Filipinos in the Philippines have for centuries dominated Philippine business. Up to the present time, where 7 out of the 10 richest Philippine-based tycoons are of Chinese lineage. In addition, many Chinese Filipinos also operate micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, which comprise over 95% of all enterprises in the country. Now, I'll walk you through my outline to start first with Philippine commerce and historical perspective so we can understand the situation at the present time. Second, I'll be talking about the current business landscape in the Philippines, followed by the status of Chinese enterprises and entrepreneurs in the Philippines, and lastly, some ideas about business development and market expansion opportunities with Korea. Long before, the Spaniards, Americans, and Japanese colonized the Philippines, the Chinese have engaged in trade with Filipinos. In fact, ancient ceramics prove that Filipinos and Chinese engaged in barter trade as far back as the 10th century. It is not widely known that Filipinos initiated contacts with the Chinese rulers in order to trade with them, and it is not actually the other way around. Now, during the Spanish occupation of the Philippines, Chinese people in large numbers arrived and settled in Manila, and they were called Sangli or pure-blooded Chinese people. However, through intermarriage of Filipino natives and the Chinese, a new class called the Mestizo de Sangle was produced. And it is this huge Chinese population in Manila, which were made up of primarily merchants, and they were made to live in an area known as the Parian district during the 16th and 17th centuries. They traded goods like silk, tobacco, fruits, and the like, and many really became wealthy. Now, the Parian district historically became today's Binondo, which is the world's oldest Chinatown. By the time the Spanish era ended in the Philippines, the Chinese Filipinos evolved into the middle class of Philippine society. And during the American colonization, the Chinese were seen as aliens residing in the Philippines. Therefore, those with interracial blood were made to choose between Filipino and Chinese citizenship, with many Chinese mestizos opting for Filipino citizenship to be able to secure their stay in the country. Now, Binondo, during World War II, this was recognized as the financial capital in the Philippines. And even though the financial capital was eventually moved to another district, Binondo still remains an active and thriving business destination. The ethnic Chinese and Chinese Filipinos, known as Chinoys, are essentially dominant in the food and textiles sectors. Now, during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, the Chinese fought side by side with Filipinos, and as war allies, the Chinese suffered at the hands of the Japanese because of hostilities brought about by a previous battle known as the Sino-Japanese War of 1937. So after independence was granted to the Philippines by the Americans in 1946, the Chinese Angles and Mestizos helped the Filipinos rebuild the country. Today, many descendants of these Chinese immigrants are hardly distinguishable from Filipinos. Moreover, the impact of the Chinese can be seen in the country's numerous products, establishments, and creations. So ethnic Chinese and Chinoys, are some of the outstanding business leaders and influencers in the country because of their Confucian roots and family values. So they render highly personalized customer service, are always sensitive to their needs. And from a business point of view, Chinese entrepreneurs in the Philippines have influenced Filipino business habits as seen in the culture of bargaining. Present, the majority of the Chinoys are urban dwellers, with at least 50% of them living in Metro Manila, located in the main island of Luzon in the northern part of the Philippines, while the rest of them stay in major cities like Cebu, Iloilo, and even Davao. 8 of the most famous Filipino entrepreneurs are businessmen whose families emigrated from mainland China to the Philippines prior to World War II amidst a strong Philippine economy. Now, most Chinese businessmen in the Philippines are either Fujianese or Cantonese, and majority hail from the Fujian province in China. So few Chinese Filipinos are actually plantation owners, as Philippine law prohibits foreigners from owning land. Let's go now to the current business landscape of the Philippines. So it's marked again by increasing urbanization and a growing middle class, coupled with a large and young population. The country's vibrant economy is rooted in buoyant consumer demand, a robust labor market, and strong remittances. So the annual average growth rate is about 6.4% from 2010 to 2019. And the country is also poised to rise soon from a lower middle class nation to an upper middle class income. However, real economic growth may seem elusive in view of the COVID-19 virus outbreak and the strict community quarantine measures imposed in all parts of the country. Therefore, the Philippine economy is expected to drastically contract this year, driven by the sharp downturns and less consumption, exports, tourism, and remittances. In the past few years, the Philippines has progressed in terms of posting gains in inclusive growth, as seen by a decrease in poverty rates from 23.3% to 16.6%, and also with a decline in its Gini coefficient from 44.9 to 42.7. But then again, with the ongoing pandemic situation, the increasing trend in real wages, which was expected to boost household incomes, will negatively impact on strides previously made in reducing poverty. So the social demographic profile, as you can see, it's increasing, and we're now at 108.8 million in 2019. Employment rate was actually 90.0%, with 41.306 million people employed. Now, Badkar also cited, in 2013, that the Philippines has the strongest, demographic profile compared with its ASEAN neighbors, and therefore, like India, for the next 30 years from this year, the country stands to benefit from its young population. So this might even partly explain its robust migrant worker population, estimated at 10 million, which bring in hefty dollar remittances yearly that shore up its GDP. By and large, the Philippines is a largely English-speaking nation, and the quality of manpower is seen as top-notch, considering a high literacy rate of 96.6%. Economic environment, okay, so the Philippine inflation rate, okay, actually further declined to 2.3% in September of this year compared to 2.4% in August. Okay, so that can be seen, quite erratic there. Okay, so you'd see that mostly this is because of the tightening of the COVID-19 restrictions and quarantine measures. So prices were sluggish really for food and non-alcoholic beverages, okay, among others. But the cost of creation and culture dropped also substantially. Okay, but this is stabilized in the case of health and restaurant and miscellaneous goods and services. Now, from a manufacturing purchasing managers index of around 52 points from October 2019 to February 2020, this dropped to below 40 points in March, and then another fell again 32 points in April 2020 when the country imposed the strictest community quarantine measures. However, in May, there was a rebound to 40 points, and this further climbed to about 50 points, approximating more or less the normal situation as far as manufacturing is concerned. For trade performance, the Philippines' trade deficit declined from $3 billion, okay, to 2.08 billion in August of 2020, and the dismal trade performance was triggered by drops in imports and exports. So the trade deficit narrowed, okay, from 27 billion to 14.61 billion for the first 8 months of 2020. Now, over half of the export value is attributed to electrical and electronics equipment, the top product exported. This is followed by machinery, nuclear reactors and boilers, as well as edible fruits. So let me show you that table right now, okay? So again, electrical, electronic equipment in that case. Now, the Philippines' major export trading partners include the United States, Asia, like Japan, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Thailand, and also Europe, okay, as seen here in table 2. Now, on the other hand, the top export product is also its top import. So the Philippines imports essentially electrical and electronic equipment, accounting for 24% of total imports. And the next top 2 imports are mineral oils, okay, distillation products, as well as machinery and nuclear reactors, as seen in table 3. You'll also be interested to know that the Philippines actually imports practically almost all of this from South Korea, all the way down to plastics, except maybe for cereals and aircraft and spacecraft. So what else? Okay, so there are also other imported products like optical, photo, technical, medical apparatus, okay, which is also imported from Korea, if I may say so. And there are many other things that are in that list. Now, the Philippines' top import trading partner is China, accounting for 24% of total imports, and other trading partners include Japan, South Korea, United States, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia, as seen in this particular table. Now, in terms of doing business, if we look at the legal environment, the Philippines ranks 95th out of 190 countries, okay, with a DD score of 62.8, okay, as of 2020. So there were some improvements in securing more or less certain requirements, maybe, okay, to start a particular business. Now, the 2020 MAP CEO survey results, okay, there was this conference that I was able to attend, and this top accounting firm conducted a survey among CEOs across practically all the different industry sectors to find out more or less what the CEOs think in terms of prospects for the country. So this involved 161 respondents in various industries like professional and business services, financial services, technology, manufacturing, among other things. Now, in terms of business size, they said that the respondents represented about 50% large-scale companies, 34% medium-scale companies, small-scale companies accounted for 10%, and 6% accounted for micro-scale companies. So majority of the CEOs predict that their companies, of course, will bear significant losses relative to their 2020 revenues or sales as seen in this particular table. So it's really mixed. It depends which company we're really talking about, okay? But you can see that there are like huge losses, okay? Really across the board, okay? It can be as much as 50%, okay? I mean, as much as even over 50%, like in the case of consumer and retail. In the case of hospitality and leisure at 67%, okay, over 50% of the CEOs surveyed said that that was the case in the particular scene, okay. Now, what else? In addition, majority of the business leaders in the Philippines believe that it will take more than a year to about 3 years for the Philippine economy to recover. So 39% said it will take more than a year to 2 years, but 43% said it will take about 2 years to 3 years for the economy to recover. So furthermore, 73% of the CEOs say that the Philippines' real GDP growth for 2021 will range from 1 to 5, while 15 speculated this can actually be over 5%. Now, the wealth of business tycoons named on the 2020 Forbes Philippines Richest list collectively fell by 22% to 60.6 billion from 78 billion as the COVID-19 pandemic caused economic disruption in the country. So the country's benchmark Philippine Stock Exchange Index dropped by 26% from last year's figures. Now, the net worth shows the top 10 richest Filipinos, and this is based on the stock prices and exchange rates as of the close of markets of August 28, 2020. So therefore, according to Forbes 2020, the 10 richest in the Philippines and their respective net worths are as follows. So the one that Professor Kim mentioned earlier, SM Investments, is actually part of the C Siblings Group. This is the SM Group, known as the SM Group. And their net worth now is more or less $13.9 billion. And other Chinese Filipinos here would include Lance Gokongwei and siblings at 4.1 billion, Andrew Tan at 2.3 billion, Lucio Tan at 2.2 billion, Ramon Ang at 2 billion, so Tony Tan Kakyong at 1.9 billion, Lucio and Susan Ko at 1.7 billion. Okay. Now, for the MSMEs, or the micro, scale, and medium enterprises, anecdotal evidence from entrepreneur friends showed that some encountered losses with the closure of their brick and mortar shops or restaurants, but were able to survive when they shifted to either pickup or food delivery services. Others made use of digital platforms for order taking and payments and used courier services for delivery. So some MSMEs claimed that their sales were higher the past few months compared to their pre-COVID-19 era, with lower operating costs and high order volumes. So in terms of the shift in people's interests and desires, the World Bank reported that delivery services actually ranged 35 to 75%. So according again to Isla Lipana, CEOs in the Philippines stated that the top 11 essential sectors which the government must focus on are the following. So this is where the business development and market expansion opportunities can come in. So first and foremost would be healthcare. Second would be infrastructure. Third would be agriculture and food security. Fourth would be education. Fifth will be your micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. Six would be transport. 7, digitalization. 8 will be manufacturing. 9 will be tourism. 10, technology startups, and 11, banking. So moreover, the emerging technologies with the corresponding percentage of CEOs who mentioned such technologies, which CEOs are willing to invest in the new normal era, include this type of technologies: data platforms, 64%, contactless payment, 54%, artificial intelligence, 40%, and even robotics, 19%. In fact, 91% of them foresee investments in environmentally sensitive practices. Also, it is seen that speeding up the digitalization of MSMEs can translate to a benefit to the tune of 1.36 trillion Philippine pesos, or $28.08 million for these MSMEs and fast hasten business recovery. So therefore, the 11 previously mentioned sectors are business development and market expansion opportunities, which Chinese Filipino entrepreneurs and Korean entrepreneurs may find worth exploring. For the moment, with community quarantine measures and international travel restrictions still in place, broad strokes in terms of potential business development and market expansion opportunities can only be offered at this point, because we really don't know what's really going to happen yet within the next couple of months, until probably there is a vaccine already that is out in the market. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Professor Marambar, for successfully completing even under technical difficulties. We're gonna have short break. The session will resume in 10 minutes, so you can take a break. Professor Cecilia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume the sessions shortly, so please have a seat. Okay, I would like to invite Professor Cecilia Cristina from Telkom University, Indonesia, as the next speaker. She will talk about the current status of Chinese entrepreneurs in Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Cecilia.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for this invitation that we're going to share our current research about this subject. Okay. Initially, we have been conducting this research since August this year. It's about we're going to looking for the most optimal strategy in securing the Indonesian supply chain to anticipate sudden global trade changes, such as the effect of pandemic or trade wars. And then we were recently doing a accompaniment program for small business, small and medium enterprise here in Indonesia, and found out that so many SMEs are dying during this pandemic, not because the market is decreasing, but because of the lack of raw material imported from China. That's why we need and we have an urgency to start it, to have to do this research. And then when we were invited to this event, we think that this is the basis and we have the data set that we already have, and we're going to apply it to give the insight for our title for now about how to explain the current status of Chinese entrepreneurs in Indonesia and ways to expand trade between them and Korea. Okay, I'm here together with my colleague, Mr. Yahya Prangyanangin, and also another colleague, Retno Setyorani, cannot come today. We do this research together, just the three of us. Okay. And then when after reading the background of this symposium that were given to us before in emails, and then there come several options on how we're going to approach this issue. There's some question in our mind, what is going to be our scope regarding to the Chinese entrepreneurs in Indonesia? Are we going to study about their behavior in conducting business and partnership for negotiation purpose? Or are we going to imitate how they do business in Southeast Asia, especially here in Indonesia? Or the third option is, are we going to collaborate with them to sell Korean products? That's all the question that when we were given the notes about the symposium thoughts or symposium subject or materials. And then here is what we are going to deliver. We have to make the scope of this presentation. First, we're going to talk about collaborate with Chinese entrepreneurs to sell Korean goods. For this, to explain about collaboration with Chinese entrepreneurs, we come up with the idea to to present in case. We choose Ace Hardware Indonesia. Ace Hardware Indonesia is a well-known hardware retailer, especially for hand tools. Because why we choose Ace Hardware Indonesia? Because we're going to deliver how to use World Trade data. We have a World Trade data to investigate in what area Korea can increase their existing contribution to the Indonesian market. We try to get this insight by connecting world trade data as our macro perspective and from Indonesia top brand data from micro perspective. In our original research, we analyzed the data using network analysis tools to study trade patterns in countries from time to time. However, we thought that the time was not enough to use such a method. I think we thought that time is not enough just as a method for this presentation. Instead, in this research, we use visual data analytics tools. We use some tools such as Tableau and Python. Why we use the tools? Because we want to quickly dig the word trade data set and get the insight visually. That's the method how we're going, we use in this presentation. And then for word trade data, we get it from Bachi Chapi. Bachi Chapi is a kind of trade office in France. And also we combine with Top Brand Award Indonesia 2020 information. Okay. And then here's the profile of S Hardware Indonesia. As we know, S Hardware belongs to, it's an American company. S Hardware Corporation belongs to America. But in Indonesia, they have a company here in Indonesia named PT S Hardware Indonesia. TBK means a public company. Why we choose S Hardware Indonesia? Firstly, because it is operated and owned by a Chinese entrepreneur. It is a subsidiary of PT Kawan Lama Sejahtera. Kawan Lama Sejahtera is a prosperous old friend. That's the sound in English. It's a sole license holder of the Ace Hardware brand Indonesia since 1995. And then when we check on the top brand data in Indonesia, we find out that S Hardware is a top brand for hardware retailers category for 44.9%. So almost half of Indonesian people really know and maybe engage with S Hardware. And then if we see about the parent company, we can see that the shareholder of the S Hardware Indonesia belongs to PT Kawan Lama Sejahtera. They have the share, they are the shareholder for 56.67%, and the rest of them is for public. Okay. PT Kawan Lama Sejahtera belongs to Chinese entrepreneurs since year 1950s, and then for now on it's holding by the second generation now with Mr. Kunchoro Wibowo. It's a family business, but when they become a sole license for S Hardware Indonesia, it's become a public company. But the owner, the shareholders owner, Kawan Lama, is still a family business company. And then, we thought that introducing Korean brands or product through S Hardware Indonesia or through S Hardware channels would be easy to serve the target markets in Indonesia. Okay, let's see deeper. This is some hand tools that Indonesia imports from many countries, from their partners from outside Indonesia. This is the data of how many hand tools in Indonesia. And then, for example, we want to understand about hand tools product, things that we often find in every hardware retailers, including in S Hardware Indonesia. What we do, we filter the data to show only hand tools categories. We can see that the most imported hand tools are, with the orange line over here, we can see is a non-household tools or other than household tools. We can say it non-household tools. And then we're going to take a deeper look on these goods on the next slide. And for the sake of comparison, for the non-household tools, we're also going to select pliers, the red lines, as another goods. And then we're going to see, we know that we assume that Ace Hardware imports are among these values. This is on values. And how is the opportunity for each good? Okay, let's see next. What Indonesia imported from its partner, from its partner outside Indonesia? If we see, there are top three of imports from other outside Indonesia. It could be machine, mineral products, and metals. And we're going to see the metals. Metals is the top three Indonesia imported goods by values. Uh, for this presentation, we want to focus only on metals because hand tools are included in metal section category. And this good is one of the top Indonesia imported commodities, the top three. Let's see what happened with what the Indonesian import from Korea. If we see what does Indonesia import from Korea, it's also metals. One of them are metals. Beside the mineral products and machine is also metals. Okay. If we compare to the goods that Indonesia imports from Korea, metal is also in the top tier rank. So we can assume that the opportunity to increase Korea's export in this category is good because Indonesia really needs it. Now, let's go back to how many of those two goods categories before, I mean non-household tools and the pliers, the two goods categories imported from Korea compare to the Indonesia's total import value. Here it is. This is the hand tools that are imported from Korea. The top is from all over the world, outside Indonesia. The on top of the picture, the top picture, and the below is only come from Korea. We can say that apparently Indonesia only import less than 10% of the non-household hand tools from Korea. It's only 10. Korea only contribute for 10% of non-household hand tools for Indonesia. Okay, and then in 2013, for example, when Indonesia import non-household hand tools for $33 million in total, Korea only contribute $2.8 million. That's what we said. It's only 10%. And the other goods, Indonesia imports insignificant values of pliers compared to the Indonesia total import. Let me see the pliers on the bottom, picture on the bottom, it's really close to the line. There's a pliers that we import from Korea. It's very low and also insignificant compared to the red line on the top picture. Then the question is, if Korea only contribute a little bit, only less than 10%, then where does all the goods come from? See, if we going to see deeper to the pliers, let's say the pliers from the data, from world trade data that we got, and then we're going to normalize the data, it makes us easier to see, to read the information. The data show us that China takes more than 90% of Indonesia imported pliers. Here's in the orange color, orange line, it's China. It's more than 90% of Indonesia imported pliers. When we normalize this data to have a better view of the trade proportion in time, regarding the up and down of the economic growth, that's the use of normalize. And then we can see that we also can see another perspective. Indonesia is highly dependent on its plier supply from China. It could become a problem for Indonesia pliers, for Indonesia plier supply, if someday there is a trade disturbance between China and Indonesia. So we can say, what will happen if this 90% is not coming to Indonesia, if there's something happen? And then here that we thought that Korea could take the opportunity to be the next source of players if the supply chain from China is disrupted somehow. Collaboration is a one way. Only there are so many ways, but collaboration can be in the form of providing a white label goods or exclusive partnership with these local Chinese entrepreneurs in Indonesia, like the previous slide from another speakers. And then let's see for another goods. After from buyers, we see that China is the biggest contributor. How about competition in hand tools non-household? It's quite different. It's not one major player. The competition in non-household tools is more interesting, we think. We can see the red line and the and also blue, pale blue is China and Singapore. The data show us that Japan and China, Japan is the blue color for the in the beginning. Japan and China are used to be the leader position before Singapore took over Japan's. So Japan and China were the first, and then Singapore come to took over Japan's position. In this case, we can learn that we can learn from Singapore. We can dig that. We should dig down and find out from Singapore how they could take the opponent or the opportunity to replace Japan's position at the time. And then we suggest if Korea want to do the same like Singapore, uh, we have a suggestion that Korea shouldn't challenge incumbents directly or to duplicate their business model. Maybe the Korean companies need to reinvent their business model in this category, especially the business model that fits with Chinese entrepreneurs in Indonesia or with the market here. That's the suggestion. And then beside flyers and non-holes tools, there are so many opportunities to explore actually. Uh, let's say there are top 9 import commodities that Indonesia needs from outside Indonesia, that Indonesia import into Indonesia. There are 9 machine, mineral products, metals. We already talked metals, but we only pick 2 items from so many items, and then chemical products, transportation, plastics and rubbers, textile, foodstuff, vegetables products. This is all information from World Trade Data Set. Then there are still many goods beside metals. We can explore one by one beside the hand tools that we talked before. Indonesia import various commodities here. And then if we're going to dig deeper, dig this data further, Korea can build a list of potential commodities to be used by Korean companies to enter Indonesian market. So Korean can find out this is what Indonesia's need, and then go deep again like we did with pliers and non-household tools. And then what we learned from that studies, maybe it can help to develop a new policy to influence Korean or Indonesian entrepreneurs trade toward the designated goods. Okay, and then there's another thing that we can get from World Trade Data Set. We choose one thing that we said we can learn from the past when Korea led in the fertilizer commodity. So it said that this is another example what we can see the competition of fertilizer goods in Indonesian imports. We can see before 2013, Korea took the lead. Korea is the leader that import fertilizer for Indonesia. Therefore, we can conduct further studies on how Korea has done that before, or how China could take the opportunity to become the dominant source in the past 5 years. Those study, about how you can be the leader and then how the China overlap and become a dominant player for this business. It can have become an insight for the next Korean companies if they want to develop their business strategy, if we want to increase the market in Indonesia or to find market niche in Indonesia. That's what we learned about that. And then the conclusion, uh, what we know, what's next, which is that by analyzing the world trade data set that we get from Bachi, we can gain insight into any potential goods sold in Indonesia market from the macro perspective. So it gives some clue for us. And then by combining the trade data set, which is the macro perspective, with our local domestic top brand award information, top brand award Indonesia 2020 information, then we can get hints about business trends or about the potential business partner that have a significant impact or a very wide distribution channels around Indonesia. We can find out who are they, where they are now, and then the last thing that in our conclusion is further studies are required to develop a detailed strategy for every goods, because we only talk only about non-whole and pliers from metal category, because there are so many categories that we can discuss between Indonesia and Korea actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cecilia, for providing a very useful insight. Okay, now next we're gonna have Professor Yan Minlin from Chinese Culture University in Taiwan as the next speaker. Professor Yan will talk about the wave of K-pop culture in Southeast Asian countries. Please welcome Professor Yan.
Okay. Hello. So is my voice okay here? Yeah. Hello. Can everyone hear my voice?
Yes, it's good. Yeah.
Great. Okay. And the screen. And the screen. The screen. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you for the invitation. This is my pleasure to speak some concept and current perspective about the competitiveness of Korean pop wave on Southeast Asia. I'm Professor Minren Yan from Taiwan. I'm currently the Vice President at Chinese Culture University and have been collaborating with some international university together. So we have been working with some world economy and specifically for the Asian innovation economy for a while. So later what I will share the concept is how we analyze the Asian economy from system perspective and specifically how Korean wave is deliver a huge impact to Japan, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Okay, and this is my university, and as you see, it's the rainbows and on our main campus. It has been recognized the Guinness World Record, longest sustaining rainbow for 9 hours. And this is Taipei City. And Taiwan actually has the character as Chinese entrepreneurs. You know that we speak Mandarin, like people in China. And then so we are also as the Chinese entrepreneurs, we are also in the core system in Asia, like here. And then we all know that Asia is booming and the population is more than 60% in the world. And the economy, of course, will be the hot area, really hot area in the world. And so when we are talking about Korean wave, we really need to understand how the world is going and what is happening for the whole Asian market, like this, the banking. And there is also a major trend in the digital economy, especially the Internet of Things is also a huge factor for Korean wave to support the spread over the impact of Korean wave here. Okay, so now let's talk about Korean wave. As you know, this is one of the popular Korean pop star and a group here. And later, I will use 5 section to explain how Korean pop has an impact on Southeast Asia. First of all, I will introduce what is Korean wave, Hallyu, Hanliu in Chinese. And then I will explain the current status of Korean pop in Southeast Asia. And then with a comparison between Japanese pop and Korean pop in Southeast Asia, and how the social media can support the Korean pop in South media, and then the future challenge and opportunity. Okay, so first let's look at the one of the most popular Korean pop group, BTS, how the impact globally. Like there are some statistics, I can read it for you. Like first of all, there is more than $3.6 billion the BTS brings to the South Korea economy per year. And then around $57 million as the income for BTS is a huge amount. And then if the followers on Twitters, there are more than 21 million Twitter followers, okay, for BTS, and more than 5 billion numbers of tweeters naming or referring K-pop. So you will understand what's the impact of a Korean pop globally. And of course, for YouTubers, there are more than 500 million YouTube views only for BTS, okay? And more than 74 million number of views, okay, for the one of the popular BTS film, okay? And this is a simple comparison between BTS and some world-class star like Taylor Swift, like Billie Eilish, like Jonas Brothers. So you could understand that BTS really has already a very world-class star, okay, here. And this is another statistical based on the audio and the video usage, okay? So this is the chart demonstrates how Korean pop is already a world-class impact, okay? And this chart showed the recent development from 2004 to 2018. This is a 15 years growth, almost 20 years growth. So you can understand that the blue line demonstrate the Korean pop. So the blue line, the Korean pop, actually could be the only one rising trend in the world, compared with Japanese pop, compared with rock music, country music, and pop music in general. Okay, so this is a really a global impact. Okay, so let's talk about the popularity of Hanliu, Korean wave here. So we understand that Korean wave first appears during the mid 1990s after Korean into China in 1992. So after that, the Korean wave became one of the major forces in the Asian economy. And then Hallyu first expressed to China and Japan. And then Taiwan can be the third market for Korean wave in Asia. And then to Southeast Asia. Okay, so in Southeast Asia and several countries worldwide, the Korean wave keep heading with the presence of a boy band like BTS, as I just explained that, and there are also some Blackpink tweets. It demonstrates a huge impact in terms of their revenue, in terms of the YouTube viewer, in terms of the internet access. Okay, in general, the amount of Korean content exports to Asian country, they has an estimation for economic impact about around. In general, let me just give you two numbers. Okay, the first number is the Hallyu effect has been tremendous, contributing to less than 1% of Koreans' GDP in 2004. But in 2019, the Hallyu has already an estimation of USD dollars is around more than 12 billion boost on the Korean economy. So you can understand Hallyu is really very important thing. Okay. Okay. So now let's check some existing idea like for Korean pop group size. Okay. So from this chart, you could understand I can divide it into 3 stages. The first stage is from 1992 to 1999. Okay, so you get this is the number of a Korean pop group generated, and after the millennial year, from 2000 to 2009, there is a more Korean pop group generated, and after the recent 10 years, you will understand there is a booming for Korean pop groups. Okay, so the implication here is this: you could understand once there is more Korean pop group generated, that implies Korean pop wave is more popular. Okay, there the world will need expect the product and invention here, and this is the album sold for with some popular Korean pop groups, okay, like BTS, EXO, 17, Trees, 101, okay, some statistic here, and then the Korean group, of course, each group has their character and some unique impact, okay, and this is some statistical about the main reasons of why Korean pop getting popular worldwide, like their rhythm and like attractive appearance and style, and the star also have a good performance, and some the music is also have a unique character, and they are fashion and is the trend. Okay, so in general, so you will just give you everyone to have a overview about how the Korean pop is getting popular in the world. Okay, so with all of these statistics, we could I think just give you some more diagram here to let you understand. So suppose this is one of the diagram that BTS has performed their show, and this is another Korean group, EXO, one of the most popular idol groups. Okay, and they are performing here, and this is the group, the Trees. Okay, this is the first Korean girl group. Okay, to achieve the milestone of reaching over 200 million views on YouTube. So you can understand how popular they are. And these are some other statistics. We view the impact of Korean pop based on the interviews views. Okay, so you could like there are 2 groups, Blackpink and BTS. Okay, they are especially popular in Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. They are the top 4 viewed contributors of Blackpink. and a similar situation with BTS. And then this diagram demonstrates other Korean pop group like GD07 and Momoland. Okay, and GD07 is especially popular in Thailand. Okay, and Momoland is popular, it's famous in the Philippines. So you could have some evidence here. And Twice, for Twice, the Southeast Asian countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, or Malaysia, okay, Twice always appears in the top watch, okay, the group, okay. And Blackpink can also be seen as the invincible champion in Southeast Asia because their popularity is quite stable. Okay. So in general, we will understand, I quickly just give a short summary for Korean pop in Southeast Asia. Like the Korean group is booming, and each group has their unique characteristics. And then they are diverse. So each idol group, they can demonstrate their specific followers. Okay? In terms of the social media, the YouTube follower, the internet scenes on the way. Okay, so they are diverse in fashion and with unique reason. So this is some characters for Korean pop. So now let's talk about the social media, Jews. Okay, how the social media they could support the Korean pop's influence on Southeast Asian culture. So since the Korean pop has been in Southeast Asia for a while, and then we can understand that Jews can be Asia's most dedicated music platform, as undoubtedly the instrumental in promoting the Korean pop. And there are also many Korean pop fans. They can spend time with their idols through exclusive live concert and event, like the Manor Music Awards and the Mid-Asian Music Award. Jukes has recently produced and launched the first ever K-pop program, such as the Idol Station. Idol Station is a weekly live stream program featuring the hosted Korean pop boy bands. Okay, they have on average 500,000 accumulated views across all Jews market here. So you can have some description here, like Jews give the Korean pop fans in Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Hong Kong and Macau can be the best of the global music phenomenon through K-pop's express two exciting programs I just explained, the Idol Station and Island. So this is social platform strongly support the spread over of K-pop. So over the past decades, music lovers have witnessed the exponential rise of K-pop. Okay, it is a K-pop music performed by multi-talent artists from Korea. Just last year, the K-pop has a high amount of online viewership in the Southeast Asian region. Okay, it topped by Indonesia and Thailand with more than 2.6 billion and 2 billion views respectively. Okay, so there's also another survey talking about the consumer behavior in Southeast Asia, like normally in Europe and in America, and even in Japan and in Taiwan, people don't really access to the to social media like the behavior in Southeast Asian region. This is especially a special point. Okay, So I think that the Jukes and the Idol Station and the Island, the electronic platform has a special character for Southeast Asian market. And this is also strengthened the popularity of Korean pop because the Korean pop group, they have their identity, strong identity, and they have a diverse style and music performance. So it just reinforced the popularity of the Korean pop in Southeast Asia. This is especially happening in digital economy. And now let's talk about the practice of Japanese pop. Okay, as you can see from the highlighting, Japanese pop goes flat as Southeast Asia's womb for Korean artists. Okay, now I think Korean pop maybe is already not the major competitor to J-pop because Korean pop, I'm afraid maybe is already the leading group, okay, in Southeast Asia in terms of the music performance. But Japan, they are still find their strategy, try to have their position in Southeast Asia. So like they adopt some different approach to exporting its pop music culture. One example is the cloning of AKB48. This is a long-running all-female group. Indonesia's JKT48 and Thailand's BNK48, they are popular drawer in their home market. So the 48 is a key number, okay, popular number in Southeast. So with each group comprised of local talents. And then Philippines broadcaster ABS CBN last year launched a talent search for MNL48, okay, for the version. So, and the Vietnamese digital content provider, they also have a SGO48 last year. So you can understand that they J-pop, they start to initiate some identity and then also have a networking approach with the group in Southeast Asia. This is the approach, and they rebrand their position. But inclusiveness is only one reason for K-pop massive appeal. According to the research, there is a perception among young Asians who want to be pop stars, okay, that if you want to succeed globally, K-pop can be the best place to start, okay? K-pop fans are very international. They have this, for example, if we compare J-pop and K-pop, we could understand that J-pop may be a leading force in Asia, but in terms of global impact, the Korean pop, they can deliver some more international style, and then so that they are extremely popular in America, and they are also popular in Asia. So Korean pop has another advantage is their diversity and their global identity could let the Korean fans feel they are even more international. So that is one of the strengths that Korean pop they can sustain in Southeast Asia market. There is also a culture of fans, okay, editing video clip and sharing them. So this is the fashion of a digital economy. So Korean pop star and the Korean pop follower, they know how to utilize digital platform, okay, to spread the ideas and spread the performance over the countries here. Okay, so in summary, so I can just quickly show the characters of a Korean wave, specifically for Korean pop, and how they can find their strengths and to lead the fashions in Southeast Asia, and how they can compete with the traditional leading king, the J-pop, okay, with digital media. But there are still future challenges and opportunity for Korean pop, okay? one of the example. The diagram here is one of the diagram that K-pop group in Jakarta. Okay, these are very popular. And then I propose 3 directions for K-pop to sustain their opportunity in Southeast Asia. The first one is I think there is always need sustaining innovation in the cultural product. Okay, innovation is important because the competition is very serious. Okay, so all the group, they need to continuously innovate their product and their performance. Okay, so to continue to keep the viewers across Southeast Asia, Korean producers, they have to always have to be innovative, not only in the themes, the story, but also in the creative execution. They also need to know how to interact with the fans, okay, with the global network. Okay. So this is easier to say, especially for Southeast Asia, when they are getting popular for using digital platform. Okay, that is very important thing. And the second suggestions that and try to avoid the overexposure of Korean stars. Okay, what does this mean? Like BTS is quite popular, BoA is popular, but diversity is also important because if the Korean wave and K-pop, they only rely on 1 or 2 superstar, then when the superstar is no longer there, then the Korean wave can be damaged. Okay, so the key concept here is that they have the leading Korean pop star and group, but they can develop more follower, okay, following and Korean stars. So this is important. It's about the balance. Okay, don't overexpose the existing popular Korean star. Okay. So the movie, drama, and the various commercials, they can milk in their popularity and a great extent. And the Korean pop also don't have to only focus on music. They could connect with their drama and movie and other performance together. So this in general, that is a Korean wave, but specifically Korean pop have their position, okay, in the Korean wave. Okay. And my last suggestion is that, of course, investment is always important, and the government policy is important. We have learned in the earlier session about how Korean government set up their policy to support the Southeast development, but sustain the investment from the government is also important, and also how to have a good position in Southeast Asia, and then also earn some investment from private sector is also important. So the Korean government, they can be the leading investor, okay, to demonstrate how to support the growth of Hallyu, okay, and especially, for example, I'm from Taiwan. I think the collaboration between countries is also important. Like Taiwan, we have one of the identities. We speak in English, we speak in Chinese and Taiwanese. Okay, so when we are talking about the Chinese consumers, okay, Taiwan also has the character, okay, to communicate with the Chinese customer, and we also has the benefit to communicate with Chinese entrepreneurs even in Southeast Asia. So collaboration may be some collaborative development of product, and the joint investment, okay, it can be also a way to do. So in general, how to catch up the hot position in general, the Asian economy is important, since the Asian economy is already the center of the world economy, I think from my personal perspective. So in general, Korean wave is a broad concept, and with the government support and collaboration with a specific local market in Taiwan and in Southeast Asia, people can communicate with each other and collaborate together then we have a better investment and better development. Okay, I think this is my quick summary. Okay, in the time. I hope you enjoy and welcome if you have any question. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Yan, thank you for the very interesting talk. It is fantastic to see there has been dramatic growth of Korean culture in South Asia. The growth trajectory is quite incredible to me.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're moving close to final stage of presentations. As for the final speaker of the topic sessions, I want to introduce Professor Kim Jung-bae from Sungshin Women University. Professor Kim's talk is titled as Success Factors and Success Cases of Southeast Asian Business. Please welcome Professor Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jung-bae Kim. Today, I'm going to present a paper titled as 이게 영문으로 하는 게 있는데 슬라이드. 이게 PPT 영문으로 올렸는데. Okay, today I'm going to present a paper titled as Success Factors in Southeast Asia Market. These critical factors and the success factors are extracted through cases of Korean companies and Korean entrepreneurs. For your information, the paper will be presented in Korean language. However, the contents are sufficiently described on the slides. You may not have any difficulty in understanding my idea and my research intention. Please keep watching my presentation. Okay, let's start. 자, 그동안 영어 듣느라고 수고 많으셨는데 마지막 그 프레젠테이션은 그 슬라이드는 영어로 좀 했고 발표는 한국말로 할 겁니다. 그래서 아마 조금 쉽게 듣지 않을까 싶습니다. 제가 원래 영어로 하려고 그러다 보니까 영어도 이해가 안 될 테고 그다음에 한국말도 어리버리하게 될 것 같아가지고 일단은 한 방향으로 몰기로 했습니다. 그래서 일단 네, 넘어가도 좋아요. 슬라이드는. 그래서 제가 조작하는 게 더 나을 것 같은데 이걸로 하면 되죠. 예, 제 연구의 큰 주제는 뭐냐면 한국 기업들이 동남아시아에서 어떻게 성공했고 또 어떻게 성공을 유지하고 있고 또 앞으로 어떻게 성공을 해야 될지에 대한 것을 좀 분석했고요. 그다음에 Chinese merchant 또는 Chinese entrepreneur하고 어떻게 협력해 나갈 것인지에 대해서 약간의 제안을 하는 방식으로 했습니다. 그래서 이 페이퍼는 좀 이렇게 뭐 엠피리컬 데이터나 이런 걸로 하지 않고 약간은 좀 서브젝티브할지는 몰라도 어떤 풍부한 어떤 이슈를 좀 끄집어내서 앞으로의 논의를 좀 더 활성화하는데 초점을 두고자 합니다. 그래서 이 페이퍼 물론 아주 뭐 완성된 건 아니지만 이 페이퍼는 주로 세컨더리 데이터하고 그다음에 이 기업 중에 한 기업은 제가 좀 밀접하게 관련돼 있어가지고 인터뷰를 좀 많이 했었습니다. 그래서 이런 쪽을 중심으로 준비됐고요. 컨텐츠는 크게 세 가지입니다. 그러니까 첫 번째는 한상이라고 하죠. 그러니까 코리안 앙트레프레뉴어즈가 어떻게 성공했는지. 그다음에 두 번째는 우리나라 대기업이 동남아시아 시장에서 성공한 걸 얘기하고 케이스는 사실은 오늘 발표는 2개만 하지만 여러 케이스 중에서 그러한 거기서부터 얻을 수 있는 여러 가지 교훈들을 좀 정리를 했고요. 그다음에 맨 마지막으로 앞으로 어떻게 화상하고 협력해 나갈지에 대한 어떤 가능성과 방향에 대해서 제시하겠습니다. 자, 일단 케이스는 두 가지고요. 그래서 일단 첫 번째 케이스를 얘기하겠습니다. 한국 기업, 큰 기업은 아예 그 이름을 밝혔지만 첫 번째 그룹은 일단 이름 밝히지 않았습니다. 일단 한상으로 했는데 1997년에 그 라오스에서 설립됐고요. 주로 자동차 조립과 판매를 주력 사업으로 하고 있고, 그다음에 뭐 트럭이나 그 오토바이, 그다음에 뭐 은행업이라든가 다양한 사업을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 처음에는 라오스에서 시작했는데 지금은 그 라오스, 캄보디아, 베트남, 미얀마 이렇게 4개 나라에서 하고 있습니다. 약간은 이 드라마틱하게 이 석세스를 거뒀는데 그 97년에 이 시작할 때는 우리나라 돈 300만 원 시작했는데 지금은 매출이 1조가 넘는 회사로 되어 있고요. 그다음에 처음에는 혼자 했었는데 지금은 종업원이 한 5천 명 정도 됩니다. 그러니까 한 20년 만에 이렇게 컸고, 그다음에 우리나라 한상으로 처음으로 그 코스피, 그러니까 한국 증권 시장에 상장을 했습니다. 그래서 이 기업이 성공한 이유가 뭐 한두 가지는 아니겠지만 몇 가지 핵심적인 아이디어만 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째는 이 사업의 가장 아마 지금 오늘 하는 이 내용들은 그 우리나라, 그러니까 저는 크게 두 가지라고 봅니다. 그러니까 이게 그 Chinese entrepreneur하고 어떻게 코퍼레이션 할 것인가에 대한 것이지만, 그렇게 잘 하기 위해서는 일단 우리나라 두 가지를 다 알아야 될 것 같아요. 그러니까 우리나라 기업이 어떻게 동남아 시장에서 하고 있는가에 대해서 우리를 알아야 되고, 그다음에 또 차이나 머천트에 대해서도 알아야 되고, 이 두 가지를 다 알 때 코퍼레이션이 좀 일어날 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 일단 하는 포커스는 일단 우리나라 기업에 대한 포커스를 가지고 거기서부터 시작해서 필요한 것들이 어떤 것인가 하는 접근 방식으로 가고 있습니다. 근데 이 기업의 기본적인 그 비즈니스 컨셉 또는 아이디어는 뭐였었냐면, 그러니까 일단 흔히 얘기해서 우리나라가 아직 선진국은 아니죠. 좀 더 발전한 나라에서의 어떤 경험과 경제 상황은 5년, 10년 뒤에 있으면 개발도상국에서 또 그런 현상이 나타나고, 그보다 지금은 현재 못하지만 그 후에 동일한 현상이 또 다시 나타납니다. 그래서 어떻게 보면 지금 우리가 하고 있는 현상이 앞으로도 나타날 것이기 때문에 그러한 경험과 경영 기법을 다른 나라에서 하고, 그 다음에 눈덩이처럼 커집니다. 그러니까 만약에 베트남에서 했으면 베트남에서의 어떤 인도 차이나 경험을 하고 그 시장 플러스 한국 시장의 경험을 해서 또다시 미얀마나 캄보디아로 넘어가는 방식입니다. 그러니까 마치 뭐랑 똑같냐면 타임머신하고 똑같아요. 그러니까 백투더퓨처라는 영화 보시면 아시겠지만 시간이 흘러가면 어차피 경제는 발전하게도, 물론 꼭 발전하는 것만 아니지만 경제가 일반적으로 발전한다고 했을 때는 이미 어떤 나라에서, 잘 사는 나라에서 발생했던 일은 그 다음 나라에서 또 발생할 수밖에 없습니다. 그러니까 예를 들어서 그 국민소득이 $10,000가 되면 뭐 자동차를 소유하고 싶어지고, 그러면 또 도로망이 발생하고, 도로망을 깔다 보면 또 건설회사가 발생하고, 이런 식으로 이 연차적으로 유기적으로 되는데, 이러한 것에 대한 개념입니다. 그러니까 베이식 아이디어는 저것이고, 그러니까 결국 이 파도처럼 해가지고 파도가 이렇게 크게 치다 보면 앞선 파도에서 탔던 사람은 다음번 파도가 어떻게 될지 예상할 수 있다는 얘기입니다. 그래서 한국에서 있던 어떤 시장에 대한 또는 어떤 비즈니스 프랙티스에 대한 어떤 것을 그 다음 나라에 미리 적용한다고 보면 됩니다. 그래서 이런 식으로 했고, 첫 번째 아이디어는 그것이었고요. 그게 아마 메인스트림입니다. 그 아이디어를 가지고 처음에 베트남, 그다음에 그 다음 나라, 이런 식으로 아주 시퀀셜리하게 들어갔습니다. 두 번째는 그런 아이디어가 있더라도 누구나 할 수 있는 건 아니잖아요. 그런데 이 기업이 잘했던 이유 중에 하나는 그 어떤 핵심 역량을 갖고 있었습니다. 크게 뭐 여러 가지가 있지만 우리 흔히 얘기해서 코스트 퍼포먼스, 가성비라고 얘기하죠. 그 가성비가 굉장히 좋았습니다. 그러니까 로우 코스트 어드밴티지도 있고, 퀄리티도 굉장히 좋고, 물론 제페니스 카보다는 약간 좀 떨어질지 몰라도, 그다음에 브랜드 에퀴티를 그냥 가져갔습니다. 그러니까 현대 기아차도 갖고 있고, 그다음에 프라이빗 브랜드도 갖고 있어요. 대안이라고. 그다음에 마켓 데이터인데, 마켓 데이터는 어떻게 보면 앞으로 우리가
그 차이니즈 머천트하고 만약 코퍼레이션 한다면 제일 필요한 것일지도 모릅니다. 근데 일단 한상으로서 성공한 이유 중에 대표적인 거는 그 마켓에 오래 있어가지고 거기에 그 사람들이 요구하는 제품을 그 시장에 굉장히 민감하게 반응했다는 것입니다. 그다음에 이것도 하나의 흥미로운 세 번째 석세스 팩터라고도 볼 수 있는데, 이 기업이 다른 나라에 들어갈 때 자기가 만약에 사업을 5개 하고 있으면 5개가 한꺼번에 들어가지 않습니다. 그러니까 제일 먼저 들어가는 거는 제일 자신 있고 이미 알려진 사업을 먼저 가지고 들어갑니다. 그래서 그 사업을 가지고 그 사람들한테 제일 먼저 어떤 그 신뢰감이라든가 믿음을 일단 받고 그 다음에 관련된 사업을 차곡차곡 들어갑니다. 그래서 맨 처음에 들어갈 때는 가장 센 거. 그래서 이 회사가 제일 잘하는 어떤 자동차 조립 또는 이 사업을 하고, 그 다음에 이것에 대한 어떤 브랜드 마케팅에서는 브랜드 에퀴티라고 하는데 그런 브랜드 에셋 같은 것이 성립되면 그 다음에 오토바이나 그 다음에 뱅킹이나 에너지나 그다음에 유통도 많이 들어가는데 이런 것들로 들어갑니다. 그래서 이 사업에 대해서 잠깐 요약을 하면 크게 두 가지인데, 그러니까 남이 보통 이 니치 마켓하고는 좀 틀릴지 몰라도 그렇게 소득이 높거나 그런 시장은 많이들 들어가거든요. 그러니까 인도차이나에서 제일 소득 많은 나라는 뭐 싱가포르, 말레이시아 이런 쪽이잖아요. 근데 그러지 않은 나라에 먼저 들어갔다는 것이고, 그다음에 들어가는 실행 자체에도 굉장히 시스테매틱하게 들어갔다는 것이 그 하나의 그 성공 비결이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 두 번째는 여러분들이 잘 아는 그 CGV 이 영화관인데, 물론 아시다시피 CJ 그룹의 일원이죠. 근데 CGV가 1998년에 멀티플렉스라는 개념을 처음 도입하고 그걸 했는데, 뭐 멀티플렉스는 알다시피 영화, 쇼핑, 뭐 레스토랑, 뭐 놀이, 뭐 이런 것들이 같이 있잖아요. 그런 개념을 98년에 했는데 이렇게 막 성장을 하다가 2000년 초반이 가면서 시장이 그 어떤 플랫하게 그 머추레이션 단계에 들어가지고, 그러면 이것을 돌파하기 위해서 해외 시장 진출을 했는데, 그래서 차이나에 2006년에 들어갔고 그다음에 베트남에 2011년에 들어왔어요. 근데 차이나 시장은 별로 재미를 못 봤어요. 근데 베트남 시장에서는 굉장히 성공을 했었어요. 그래서 저건 그 호치민에 있는 그 CGV 극장을 그냥 찍은 건데, 그 CGV가 어느 정도로 컸냐면 그 50% 이상, 그러니까 극장 있잖아요. 그러니까 건물 말고 그 스크린 수라고 하죠. 스크린 수의 반 이상을 CGV가 베트남에서 갖고 있고, 그다음에 이 CGV 사례는 아마 케이스로 많이 알고 계실 텐데, 한국 문화 산업이 다른 나라에서 성공한 굉장히 드문 사례이기 때문에 많은 연구자들, 제가 알기엔 뭐 꽤 10명 이상의 사람들이 이쪽 케이스를 많이 했습니다. 그래서 석세스 팩터를 물론 그 약간 주관적으로 뽑긴 했지만, 첫 번째는 그 들어가는 방식이에요. 그러니까 보통 우리가 진입 방식이라고 해서 엔트리 하는 방식이 여러 가지가 있는데, 그 CGV는 어떻게 했냐면 그 애퀴지션을 했어요. 그 기존에 있는 기업을 인수했는데, 보다시피 그 당시 그 환경이 베트남의 경제 상황이 안 좋아서 기업들, 아주 좋은 기업들이 좀 싸게 나왔었어요. 그래서 메가스타라는 그 베트남 1위 기업을 인수를 해가지고, 아마 그림에서 보실지 모르겠지만 만약에 CGV 혼자 들어갔었으면 굉장히 시간이 많이 지나가고 했을 텐데, 베트남 기업에 어떤 도움을 받았기 때문에 저만큼 타임 앤 에포트를 세이빙했었어요. 그래서 그 좋은 기업과 이렇게 들어갔다는 것이 첫 번째고요. 두 번째는 이 밸런스드 매니지먼트인데, 보통 어떤 기업이 다른 나라에 들어왔을 때 그 너무 로컬라이즈 하거나 또는 너무 유니버설라이즈 하거나 이 두 가지의 비교, 그 어떤 그 이 비중의 문제 때문에 실패하는 경우가 많은데, 이 기업은 굉장히 잘했어요. 그러니까 흔히 얘기해서 그 종업원 승계를 그대로 했고, 그다음에 임파워먼트를 줬고, 그다음에 재량권을 좀 많이 줬어요. 물론 그 재량권을 아주 메이저한 디시전 메이킹 할 때 준 것까지는 아니겠지만 그 줄 수 있는 만큼 줬고, 그다음에 그동안에 그 한국에서 10여 년 동안 쌓은 어떤 오퍼레이팅 시스템이라든가 매니지먼트 시스템을 거기다 접목시켰고 이런 식으로 해서 했고 그다음에 이건 뭐 잘 아시겠지만 이 버추어스 서클이 있어요. 그러니까 그 CJ E&M 같은 경우에서는 그 영화의 밸류 체인이에요. 밸류 체인으로 볼 때 CJ E&M에서는 그 영화를 제작하고 영화는 크게 두 가지예요. 제작하고 하는 거. 약국하고 똑같이. 그러니까 제약 회사가 있고 약국이 있는 것처럼. 근데 이 밸류 체인에서 볼 때 CJ E&M은 영화를 만들고 알다시피 기생충이라든가 설국열차 이런 것들 만들고 그다음에 CGV에서 하는 것이고 그러면 이게 서로 이게 그 버추어스 사이클을 돌리는 게 아시다시피 좋은 영화가 있기 때문에 CGV에서도 성공하고 거꾸로 CGV라는 네트워크가 확실하게 구축되어 있기 때문에 유통이 잡혀 있기 때문에 영화를 제작하는 것도 쉬워요. 그러니까 그걸 믿고 그래서 이러한 관점입니다. 그래서 엔트리 메소드를 그 마켓 시츄에이션별로 이렇게 잘 선택하는 것하고 그다음에 대기업이니까 과감하게 그 어떤 이 파이낸셜 파워를 가지고 진입했다라든가 뭐 하모나이즈 했다라든가 버티컬 마켓 시스템 했다라든가 이런 것들입니다. 한 가지 참고적으로 말씀드리면 나라마다 제도가 굉장히 틀립니다. 아마 여기 교수님들도 많이 계시겠지만 저도 뭐 베트남 학생도 있고 뭐 중국 학생 이렇게 많은데 가끔씩 그 나라의 제도를 물어보면 굉장히 재밌는 것들이 많아요. 우리 양도세, 소득세 많잖아요. 없는 나라들이 꽤 많아요. 그러니까 양도세, 소득세. 그리고 그 얘기를 왜 했냐면 우리나라에서는 그 그룹의 독점 지배권 때문에 그 영화 제작하고 배급사가 그러니까 CGV가 같은 회사가 되면 안 돼요. 이게 분리가 돼야 되는데 베트남은 또 그런 문제는 또 없대요. 그러니까 이러한 것들도 있고 자, 두 번째입니다. 그래서 이러한 것에서 그 얻을 수 있는 어떤 레슨 같은 것들인데 뭐 상식적인 얘기일 수 있겠지만 일단 제일 먼저 중요한 거는 어떤 컴페터티브 어드밴티지를 확실하게 그 확보하는 것입니다. 그러니까 사실 외국 기업의 제품을 특별히 그 제품에 어떤 메리트가 없다면 우리는 그 제품을 살 이유는 하나도 없어요. 그러니까 그것이 확실해야 된다는 얘기고 그래서 흔히 그 뭐 포토의 뭐 제네릭 스트레이트지 얘기하지만 저는 이게 더 좋은 방법 같은데 이 프로덕트 서비스 리더십하고 오퍼레이셔널 엑셀런스하고 커스터머 인티머시 이렇게 크게 세 수로 나누는데 이 CGV는 뭐 대기업답게 프로덕트 서비스 리더십이 있고 반면에 좀 전에 말씀드렸던 그 코리안 앙트레프레뉴어 그 기업은 오퍼레이셔널 엑셀런스하고 커스터머 인티머시가 굉장히 좋습니다. 그래서 이것이 있어야지만 그 성공할 수도 있고 나중에 그 스트래티지 얼라이언스를 하더라도 바게닝 파워를 가질 수가 있어요. 그래서 첫 번째는 무조건 이 어떤 그 아주 코어 컴피턴스를 가져야 된다는 것이고 그다음에 여기서 한 가지 더 말씀드릴 수 있는 거는 한국 기업은 그 베이스가 한국에서 사실 벗어나지 못했어요. 한상도 마찬가지고 뭐 한국 대기업은 더 말할 것도 없고 그러니까 한상은 그래도 약간은 좀 뿌리에서 벗어나서 가고 있지만 결국 그 근원은 한국에서 갖고 가고 있습니다. 그래서 그 만약에 뿌리 자체가 흔들리면 예를 들어서 현대자동차를 수입해 가지고 분해해서 판다 그랬을 때 현대자동차의 경쟁력이 떨어지면 그 회사 제품을 만드는 회사도 경쟁력이 떨어질 수밖에 없어요. 그래서 이 지속적으로 가려면 뿌리가 한국이지만 동시에 그 서스테이너빌리티를 가지려면 처음에 그 이니셜 웨이 오브 석세스하고 그 다음 단계에서의 어떤 것을 마련해야 됩니다. 근데 아직까지 이것을 마련한 데는 그렇게 많지는 않은 것 같아요. 그래서 이것을 그 뉴 베이스를 만드는 것이 앞으로 이 화상과의 협력의 어떤 하나의 어떤 그 큐가 되지 않을까 하는 생각이 좀 듭니다. 그다음에 두 번째는 그 뭐 윤리 경영이라고 하는 이것인데 그 만약에 한국 기업이 뭐 상식적으로 한국 기업이 한국에서 잘못했다 그러면 뭐 이해를 해줄 수 있을 것 같지만 외국 기업이 다른 나라에서 잘못했을 경우에는 그거를 다시 받기는 어려워요. 그래서 보통 마케팅에서 얘기하기에 그 브랜드에서 제일 중요한 세 가지가 뭐냐면 트러스트하고 러브하고 리스펙트예요. 근데 이 세 가지가 있으면 그 브랜드는 굉장히 오랫동안 가는 브랜드가 되는데, 어쨌거나 뭐 러브, 리스펙트 이거 그 윤리 경영 못하는 순간 한순간에 날아가고, 그래서 그 최고 경영자부터 말단까지 모든 제품에서 흠이 없게끔 만들어야 되는 것이고, 두 번째는 그 보통 서비스 마케팅에서 많이 얘기하는데 모든 고객과의 그 컨택 포인트를 다 잘해야 되는 것이고, 그다음에 뭐 늘 하는 얘기지만 평소에 잘해야 됩니다. 그러니까 평소에 그 SCL이라고는 CSR이라고는 그 코퍼레이트 소셜 리스폰서빌리티를 잘 해야지 어떤 문제가 생겼을 때 넘어갈 수가 있지, 문제가 생긴 다음에 그 활동하는 것은 이미 늦고요. 그다음에 세 번째는 아까 바로 이 전에 얘기했듯이 뭐 한류 얘기한 뭐 프로페서 얀도 얘기한 것처럼 이 코리안 이미지를 활용해야 됩니다. 그러니까 다시 얘기해서 한국의 이미지를 벗어날 수는 없거든요. 그 이미지와 그다음에 그쪽 나가 있는 기업들과는 양방향은 아니고 알다시피 쌍방향이에요. 기업이 잘 되면 한국의 그쪽에서 활동하는 사람들의 이미지도 좋아하고 거꾸로도 돼요. 그래서 그쪽에 나가 있는 기업일수록 한국 문화에 대한, 그러니까 자기 기업 본연의 활동뿐 아니라 한국의 이미지가 어떻게 되고 있는지, 사실은 뭐 그 해외 나가 보면 그쪽 사람들하고 얘기하면 의외로 한국 정치도 잘 알고 그러한 얘기들을 많이 들어서 그러한 것이 이미지에 영향을 많이 준다는 걸 알 수 있을 거예요. 그래서 이미지에도 굉장히 센시티브하게 알아야 되는, 트래킹을 해야 된다는 얘기고, 그다음에 그러한 이미지를 아주 시기적절하게 활용해야 되는 것이고, 그래서 뭐 박항서 감독 뭐 이렇게 BTS 싸이를 얘기를 했고 이렇게 했지만, 이 얘기는 거꾸로 뭐냐면 이들이 잘 될 땐 좋지만 이들이 잘못될 때는 그것이 또다시 독소 조항으로도 작용할 수도 있어요. 그래서 이런 거를 말씀드릴 수 있고, 네 번째는 로컬 매니지먼트입니다. 이거 사실은 영어로 프레젠테이션을 아주 몇십 년, 그러니까 20년 가까이 되는 것 같긴 한데 오랜만에 하려다가 안 하는 이유 중에 하나가 설명하기가 굉장히 뉘앙스가 좀 복잡한 부분들이 있는데, 한국말로 하면 좀 빠르게 할 수 있는데 영어로는 제가 그럴 자신은 없고, 요새는 한국말도 잘 까먹는 나이기 때문에. 근데 이 로컬라이제이션을 굉장히 잘했어요. 그러니까 트럭 같은 경우에도, 동남아 트럭 같은 경우에는 우리 1톤 트럭은 우린 보통 1톤을 실는데 동남아에서는 1톤 트럭이면 보통 2톤 정도 실는데요. 그렇다는 얘기는 하중을 다르게 해야 된다는 얘기고, 오토바이도 그렇고, 저건 AS인데 저 얘기는 시간상 그렇고, 여기 아마 인사관리 하시는 분도 있고 그래서 얘기하는 건데, 라오스에서의 인사관리에서의 하나의 모티베이션에 대한 거였었어요. 그건 뭐였었냐면, 보통 우리가 매출이 잘 돼가지고 물건을 많이 만들려면 종업원들한테 어떻게 하냐면 일을 많이 시키잖아요. 하드워크를 시켜요. 그러니까 그럴 때 보통 우리 같은 경우에는 어떻게 하냐면 돈을 더 주거나, 그죠? 또는 진급을 시켜주거나, 이렇게 하면 좀 더 일을 할 어떤 모티베이션이 되죠. 근데 이쪽 라오스 사람들은 굉장히 착해요. 그리고 욕심이 없어요. 그리고 자기가 번 것만큼만 쓰면 돼요. 돈, 프로모션 아무 의미가 없었어요. 그러니까 이들을 일을 더 시키는 데 있어서는 그동안에 우리가 배웠던 인사관리 지식은 의미가 없었다는 얘기를 하더라고요. 그다음에 스트래티직 얼라이언스 얘기인데, 그러니까 좋은 이 스트래티직 얼라이언스는 사실은 20년 전에 굉장히 좋은 주제여서 그때부터 뜨기 시작했던 주제로 제가 알고 있는데, 그러니까 라이트 파트너하고 라이트 에리어에서 라이트 타임에 시작하는 것도 중요하지만 그 다음에 어떻게 유지하고 어떻게 헤어지는가, 이게 다 굉장히 다 중요한 주제예요. 그러니까 물론 장점은 되게 많죠. Rapid Market Entry and Settlement도 되고, 그다음에 Sustainability도 되고, 그다음에 강점을 좀 더 강화시킬 수도 있고 약점을 보완해 줄 수도 있어요. 그리고 또 한 가지는 뭐냐면, 한 기업이 자기가 할 수 있는 거를 잘하는 기업은 그냥 좋은 컴퍼니예요. 그런데 한 기업이 다른 기업을 해서 하는 거는 위대한 기업이 되는 거예요. 근데 그건 하기가 어려운 건데, 결국 여기서 이제 마지막 주제로 넘어가면 어떻게 하면 이 차이니즈 머천트랑 할 것인가에 대한 부분인데, 이 부분이 사실은 앞쪽이 충실하면 이 뒤쪽도 아마 충실하게 나올 것 같아요. 근데 일단 기본적인 것만 몇 가지 말씀드리면, 일단 그 코스트 베네피트 어프로치를 일단 그 제안할 수 있는 게, 일단 그 베네피츠가 큰지 디스어드밴티지가 큰지를 잘 파악해야 되고, 디스어드밴티지는 뭐 여러 가지가 있지만 몇 가지만 말씀드리면 컴플렉시티예요. 이 컴플렉시티라는 그 키워드는 굉장히 여러 분야에 작용하는데 좋은 만큼 복잡성이 많이 늘어나요. 그러니까 지수함수적으로 늘어난다고 얘기를 하고 있어요. 그다음에 커뮤니케이션, 뭐 컬처 문제 얘기할 수가 있고, 그다음에 밑에 하나 얘기하는 건 뭐냐면 그 어드밴티지하고 디스어드밴티지가 우리가 지금 생각하는 의사결정하는 순간에 결정된 게 아니라, 픽스된 게 아니라, 그거는 굉장히 그 시간에 따라서 변화한다는 것도 인식을 해야 된다는 얘기예요. 그래서 단순하게 지금의 손해만 가지고 나 너랑 안 해 라기보담도 그 너머까지 생각해야 될 그 어떤 그 타임 스팬을 좀 넓게 가질 필요가 있다는 얘기를 할 수 있습니다. 그다음에 널리지 매니지먼트는 뭐 일본 뭐 노나카 구지로가 언급한 거긴 하지만, 그다음에 그 마찬가지로 여기서도 뭐냐면 그 굉장한 데이터 어큐뮬레이션이 필요하고, 그다음에 거기 전문가가 필요합니다. 그러니까 아까 말씀드렸듯이 한국에서도 잘 알아야 되고 중국에 대해서도 잘 알아야 되고, 사실 아까 원 하나가 더 있었는데 인도 차이나 그 반도 그쪽도 잘 알아야 돼요. 그러니까 굉장히 쉽지 않은 작업이에요. 한국 코퍼레이션 하려면 한국도 알아야 되고 중국도 알아야 되고 그쪽 로컬 마켓도 알아야 돼요. 그래서 이러한 것이고, 이러한 데이터는 결국 어떤 분야에서 협력하고, 그다음에 어느 정도로 협력하고 어떤 방향으로 협력할지에 대한 어떤 가이드를 제공할 것입니다. 그다음에 이거는 약간 이거야말로 좀 설명하기가 조금 처음에 좀 까리해서 뺄까 말까 그랬었는데, 이 스펙트럼이 있습니다. 코퍼레이션에서는. 그래서 일의 순서를 너무 단순할지 모르지만 쉬운 것부터 어려운 것으로, 그다음에 급한 것에서 급하지 않은 거, 잘 아는 것에서 하는 쪽으로 하는 방식으로, 우리가 만약에 그 차이니즈 머천트하고 한다 그러면 어떤 시스템과 체계를 가지고 이렇게 단계를 밟듯이 하는 게 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 한 가지 여담으로 얘기하면, 제가 오래전에 그 비행기 타고 한 오랜 동안 가다 보니까 그 안에 잡지가 있어서 잡지 보다 보니까 거기 굉장히 재밌는 기사가 있었었는데, 그 사람들 간에 있어서의 어떤 관계를 얘기하는 거예요. 관계라는 게 처음부터 이렇게 가까워지는 게 아니고 어떤 스텝을 밟고 좀 타임이 필요하다는 거예요. 그래서 처음에는 그냥 서로 눈을 보는 것이고, 두 번째는 어느 정도 눈을 보면 그 다음에 어떻게 돼요? 좀 친해지면 얘기를 하죠. 얘기를 하고 그 다음에 어떻게 돼요? 좀 더 친해지면 밥을 먹어요. 그리고 밥 먹는 단계에서 좀 더 친해지면 어떻게 돼요? 서양 사람도 마찬가지로 술을 같이 마셔요. 그래서 그러고 나중에는 같이 놀러 다니고. 자, 퀘스천. 맨 밑에 먹을 것 같아요. 저것 때문에 제가 아직까지도 그 잡지 기사를 기억하고 있는데, 굉장히 저도 읽으면서, 그러니까 사람 간의 관계가 이렇게 흐르는구나. 근데 제일 어려운 게 무엇일까? 제일 마지막 단계. 예? 아마 제가 잘 못 들었지만 워킹 투게더예요. 예, 맞죠? 워킹 투게더예요. 그러니까 같이 일을 한다는 게 제일 마지막 단계예요. 일을 같이 한다는 거는, 저도 그 페이퍼를 쓸 때 코옥을 좀 많이 했었는데, 코옥을 한다는 거는 굉장한 신뢰감이 없으면 못해요. 그래서 이 코옥은 제일 마지막 단계예요. 그래서 이렇게 말씀드릴 수가 있고, 뭐 과거에 비해서 그 한국 기업이 동남아시아에서 그 하는 것도 아직 많지만, 여전히 독일, 미국, 일본 기업에 비하면 굉장히 숫자가 작아요. 그러니까 앞으로 하려면 훨씬 더 많은 게 필요하고, 그렇지만 앞으로 좀 희망적인 거는 이러한 기업들의 활동이 점점 늘어나고 있고, 데이터가 많이 쌓이고 있어요. 케이스가 많이 쌓이고 있고, 그다음에 여기에 관련된 스터디가 아직은 많이 되고 있지만, 그 스터디 자료가 쌓인다 그러면 우리나라 기업이 그쪽 시장에 가서 잘 할 수 있는 방법뿐 아니라, 우리나라가 그 차이나 머천트하고 같이 협력할 수 있는 방안도 좀 더 좋은 것이 나오지 않을까 하는 생각입니다. Okay, this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for the very interesting talk. As of now, we have finished all scheduled presentations, so we have to move on to the discussion sessions without a break. Actually, we have invited several discussants who will be discussing a presented topic as well as other interesting issues. Once all discussion finish, speakers will also have a chance to respond to discussants' comments. Okay, as the first discussant, Professor Park Bun-soon from Korea University is going to discuss Professor Kim Yoon-min's presentations. Please welcome Professor Park.
그거 좀 띄워주세요. 예, 저 박본순입니다. 제가 우리 김용민 교수님의 화상과의 협력에 대해서 토론을 맡게 돼 있습니다. 제가 오랫동안 이쪽 분야를 연구를 했는데, 그래서 혹시 우리 기업들한테 참고가 될 수 있는 정도로 이야기를 할까 싶습니다. 그래서 이야기할 차례는 이렇게 되어 있습니다. 한 동남아의 경제협력, 이건 제가 생략을 할 예정이고요. 그 다음에 지금 화상들이 세대 교체가 되고 있다. 그게 어떤 의미를 갖고 있는가. 그 다음에 동남아에서 화상의 역할은 어떠한 것이어야 되는가. 이거에 우리가 좀 맞출 필요가 있겠다, 이런 거고요. 그 다음에 어떻게 협력할 것인가 하는 건 제가 이게 토론이니까 자세한 얘기는 지금 할 수가 없고요. 자, 이게 한 동남아의 경제 협력인데, 우리 경제 협력이 동남아에서도 지금 베트남 중심으로 되고 있다 하는 것을 정리를 한 겁니다. 이게 큰 의미는 없기 때문에 넘어가고, 그 다음에 이 화상들의 지금 이 화상들의 동남아 화상들의 경제력을 이야기를 한 겁니다. 지금 웰시 빌리어네어, 세계의 빌리어네어를 순위를 적어놨는데요. 보면은 여기 54 세계 빌리언의 54, 56이 다 지금 인도네시아에 있는 화상들입니다. 담배 자룸을 운영을 하는 사람이고요. 그 다음에 75위가 태국의 CP그룹 총수 단인 회장입니다. 쭉 보시면은 여러분들은 들어보시지 않았을 많은 분들이 실제로 우리 이건희 회장 세계 65위 빌리어네어라고 그러는데 65위, 그 다음에 셀트리온의 서정진 회장 181위, 그 다음에 이재용 씨가 215위, 넥슨의 김정주 씨가 244위로 되어 있는데, 동남아 화교들이 얼마나 많은 부를 갖고 있는가 하는 것을 아실 수가 있습니다. 그 다음에 나오는 게 지금 화상이 세대 교체가 되고 있다 하는 겁니다. 지금 여기에 나와 있는 건 말레이시아 조호바루에서 시작을 한 로버트 콱 그룹의 총수 로버트 콱에 관한 일생을 제가 사진으로 몇 장 그려놨는데요. 지금 여러분들이 로버트 콱 하면 잘 모르시겠습니다만 화교 중에서는 가장 존경받는 지금 화교고요. 이 양반의 사업이 많습니다. 많고 돈 버는 데가 아주 많은데 일반적으로 알려지기는 샹그릴라 호텔로 알려져 있습니다. 그런데 이 로버트 콰게 그룹의 전 사업 분야에서 샹그릴라가 차지하는 비중은 매우 적습니다. 가장 왼쪽에는 자서전을 넣어놨는데, 제가 기업인 연구를 많이 합니다만 로버트 콰게의 자서전을 읽고 아주 감명이 깊었습니다. 감명을 받아가지고 제 제자들한테도, 사회에 나가 있는 제자들한테도 좀 읽어봐라 이렇게 이야기를 했습니다만 불행하게도 영어로만 돼 있기 때문에 할 수는 없습니다. 오른쪽 위에 사진은 이 로버트 콰게 등소평과 만나는 장면입니다. 등소평이 작고하기 전에 오랫동안 리트리트 사람을 안 만났는데 마지막으로 대회에 인사를 접견한 사람이 로버트 콰게라 이럽니다. 왼쪽 밑에는 지금 시진핑하고 만나는 장면입니다. 우리 문재인 대통령 정부가 출범하고 우리 이해찬 전 총리가 중국으로 특사로 가서 이렇게 앉지 못하고 시진핑이 가운데 앉고 이렇게 옆쪽으로 이해찬 총리를 앉혔다고 외교적 결례다 우리가 이렇게 불만을 했습니다만 로버트 콰게는 저렇게 시진핑하고 마치 동무처럼 옆에 앉아 있습니다. 그리고 그 오른쪽 그림은 말레이시아에 지금은 이제 퇴임이 됐습니다만 마하티르 수상이 오랫동안에 야인 생활을 하다가 몇 년 전에 90세 넘은 나이로 수상으로 복귀를 해서 경제를 살리자 이래가지고 몇 명의 자문위원을 꾸렸는데 로버트 콰게 자문위원이 돼서 마하티르 수상을 만나는 장면입니다. 그러니까 두 사람이 다 94, 95세 이렇거든요. 그러니까 로버트 콰게 시대도 이제 거의 저물고 있다 이렇게 볼 수가 있고요. 실제로 화교 창업주 세대가 지금 가고 있습니다. 왼쪽에 보시면은 이게 인도네시아 한때 동남아 최대의 기업을 이루었던 인도네시아 살림그룹의 창업주인 수드노 살림과 독재자 수하르토가 어깨를 나란히 하고 있는, 이게 이제 살림에 대한 연구서, 수드노 살림에 대한 책의 표지를 내가 가져온 겁니다. 그 다음에 오른쪽은 살림의 장례식장 영전을 찍은 겁니다. 이게 독재자 수하르토하고 오랫동안 네트워크 관계를 가져가고 성공을 했기 때문에 IMF 외환위기 이후에 인도네시아 군중들이 수도너 살림집을 공격을 해갔거든요. 쳐들어가고 탈출을 해서 싱가포르에서 오랫동안 살면서 세상을 떠나고 거기서 떠났는데, 그 평생을 인도네시아에서 살았으면서도 옆에 장례식 영전을 보면 인도네시아 언어는 하나도 안 써 있죠. 전부 다 차이니스 한자로만 돼 있습니다. 그래서 동남아에서 화교가 어떤 아이덴티티를 갖고 있는가 하는 것을 보여주기 위해서 그랬습니다. 자, 왼쪽에는 타이쿤의 시대가 가다 이렇게 해놨습니다만 2019년 1월 29일 날 필리핀 최대의, 그 다음에 2018년 아시아 동남아의 최대의 부여였던 헨리 씨가 세상을 떠났습니다. SM 백화점 인베스트먼트를 창업했던 사람인데요. 아까 이야기가 나왔습니다만 지금 자식들이 쭉 재산을 나눠 가졌는데 그 자식들도 전부 글로벌 500대 안에 들고 있습니다. 그 다음에 인도네시아의 시나르마스 그룹을 만들었던 황혁총이라는 분이 역시 90살 넘어서 19년 1월 26일에 세상을 떠났고요. 그 다음에 CP그룹의, 태국 CP그룹의 단임 회장이 지금 자식들한테 대부분 인계를 하고 거의 곧 일선에서 물러날 예정입니다. 자, 그렇게 되면 화상들의 비즈니스 모델이 바뀌게 될 것이다. 그동안의 화교 기업들의 비즈니스 모델의 가장 중요한 것은 네트워크를 이용을 한 거죠. 정경유착을 한다든지 아니면 같은 업을 하는 사람들끼리 인연을 맺는다든지 아니면 같은 고향, 주로 복건성하고 광동성에서 왔습니다만 이 양반들하고 서로 혈연, 지연을 맺어가지고 사업을 했는데 이제 그게 저무는 시기가 됐다 이렇게 볼 수가 있습니다. 자, 그러면 새로 동남아 화교들에 대해서 동남아에서는 어떤 역할을 해주기를 바라겠느냐 하는 겁니다. 지금 코로나 이후에 동남아 경제가 코로나로 아주 타격을 많이 받았습니다. 우리보다 많이 받았죠. 그런데 그거하고 관련 없이 동남아 경제가 지금 대부분 중진국 함정에 빠져 있고, 지금 경제가 성숙하기 전에 제조업 비중이 축소되는 현상을 가져옵니다. 그래서 동남아에서는 이 화상들, 화교들이 동남아 경제 재건에 기여를 해야 되겠다, 이렇게 요구를 할 가능성이 많습니다. 자, 두 번째는 화상은 동남아, 아시안의 경제 통합에 기여를 해야 되겠다, 이렇게 봐지는데요. 저 옆에 그래프를 그려놓은 게 지금 아시안 전체 수입 중에서 아시안 내에서의 수입과 중국에서의 수입을 그려놓은 건데, 비중을 그려놓은 건데, 지금 2019년 현재는 아시안이 중국에서의 수입 비중이 아시안 내 수입 보장도보다 더 많아졌습니다. 그러니까 중국으로 급속히 지금 빨려 들어가고 있다, 아시안 경제가, 이렇게 볼 수가 있고, 이걸 아시안 경제가 독립되게 설 수 있게 하기 위해서는 아시안의 화교 기업들의 역할이 커져야 된다, 이렇게 볼 수가 있습니다. 그 다음에 동남아 경제사회 발전에 좀 기여를 해야 된다. 여기는 지금 부의 분배를 나타낸 겁니다만, 지금 태국이나 인도네시아를 보시면은 상위 1%의 웰스를 가진 사람들의 퍼센트가 태국에서는 58%, 그러니까 상위 1%가 58%의 부를 가지고 있고, 인도네시아에서는 49.3%가 갖고 있습니다. 우리나라는 28.3%인데요. 이건 다시 말하면 뭐냐? 그 지역의 경제권을 장악하고 있는 화상 화교들이 사실은 부의 불평등 분배의 가장 중요한 원인이 되고 있다. 그래서 정치 사회적으로 계속 불안해진다. 이것을 앞으로 이 코로나로 소득 격차가 더 심해지면 아마 이 문제가 더 불거지지 않겠느냐, 이렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다. 자, 그래서 그럼 어떻게 협력을 해야 될 것이냐? 지금 동남아 화교들은 대부분 동남아 내에서 전통 산업이나 현지 내수 시장에서 우리보다 앞서가고 있습니다. 주로 경공업 제품, 그다음에 유통, 호텔, 부동산, 이런 분야에서 앞서가고 있는데, 그리고 이 분야에 우리가 진출할 때는 이 양반들의, 이 사람들과 협력 관계가 필요하겠다, 이렇게 생각을 하고 있어요. 이미 우리나라 기업들하고 협력하는 기업들이 많이 있습니다. 많이 있고, 그런데 특히 일본과 협력이 잘 되는데, 이거에 대해서 우리가 아시안에 어떻게 협력을 할 것이냐, 이 화교 기업과의 협력을 좀 강화해야 될 것이다, 이렇게 보고요. 그 다음에 여기서 보면 직간접적인 협력 사례를 내가 정리를 해놨습니다만, 삼성그룹이 옛날에 태국의 사하그룹과 97년경입니다. 협력하여 전자그룹을 만들었고, 그 다음에 그 밑에도 보시면은 최근까지 협력한 사례들을 정리를 해놨습니다. 그런데 동남아 화교와 우리가 협력을 하기 위해서는 실제로 우리 기업이 경쟁 우위를 갖고 있어야 된다. 근데 일본 기업과 비교를 했을 때 우리 기업이 경쟁 우위를 갖고 있지 않으면은 동남아 화교가 우리랑 협력을 할 필요가 별로 없다. 이걸 좀 말씀을 드려야 되겠고, 그래서 제 생각에는 우리 기업이 동남아 화교 기업들의 지분 인수를 한다든지, 소위 말하는 M&A를 한다든지, 이런 측면에서 우리가 좀 노력을 해야 되지 않겠느냐, 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 사실은 포스코나 롯데케미칼, 이런 큰 기업들이 동남아 현지 기업들을 인수를 해왔고 잘 운영을 하는 경우가 있는데, 동남아 현지 제조업체, 특히 제조업체를 그린필드용으로 새 투자를 하기는 뭐하고, 기존에 있는 기업을 우리가 경영 노하우나 기술을 접목시켜서 동남아 경제도 활성화시키고 우리 기업들도 진출하는 게 좋지 않겠느냐, 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 그 다음에 화교 기업과는 신뢰를 아주 중요시 생각합니다. 여러분들이 샹그릴라 호텔을 아까 이야기를 했는데 왜 한국에는 샹그릴라 호텔이 없을까? 제가 오만의 무스카트라는 데를 갔는데 무스카트에도 실제로 샹그릴라 호텔이 있는데 왜 한국은 없는가? 아까 로버트 곽의 자서전에 보면 88년 올림픽, 서울 올림픽 이전에 서울시청에 500m 반경에 땅을 샀다고 그래요. 제일교포랑 같이 한국의 샹그릴라를 짓기 위해서. 그런데 그 사업이 진척이 안 됐습니다. 그러니까 로버트 곽이 그 책에 쓰기를 거의 돌아버릴 정도로 미칠 것 같았다. 한국 측 파트너가 이렇게 이야기를 합니다. 그 한국 측 파트너가 유명한 제일교포인데 내가 이름을 거론하지는 않겠는데 일방적으로 주장을 할 수도 있는 거기 때문에 그래서 신뢰가 극히 중요하다 이렇게 생각이 들고요. 과거의 동남아 화교들은 또 어떻게 했냐면 슬리핑 파트너로 우리가 내수 시장에 진출할 때 합작을 해도 별로 경영에 관여를 안 했습니다만 타이쿤 시대, 1세대 창업주 시대가 간 다음에 지금 2, 3세대들은 대부분 서구에서 교육을 받은 사람들이거든요. 이 사람들이 슬리핑 파트너로 머물러 하지 않을 것이다 이렇게 생각을 하고 있고요. 그 다음에 단기간에 이익을 회수를 원해서는 안 된다. 심지어 우리보다 동남아에서 훨씬 오랫동안 활동을 해온 일본 기업들도 아시안에서 손익분기점에 이르기까지는 거의 한 5, 6년이 걸린다 평균적으로 이렇게 이야기합니다. 그러니까 장기적 안목을 가지고 협력을 해야 된다. 이 정도로 이야기를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Professor Parga, thank you for the comments. Next, I want to introduce our second discussant, Dr. John Sun-han from Korea Trade Research Associations. He's going to discuss Professor Madamba's presentations. Please welcome Dr. John.
네, 방금 토론자로 소개받은 전순환입니다. 저는 필리핀 대학교의 마담바 교수님의 코멘트를 하는 걸로 하겠습니다. 그래서 지금부터는 준비해온 영어 자료를 가지고 마담바 교수님께 질문을 드리겠습니다. 코멘트를 하고 Thank you so much, Professor Jeanette Madamba, for your very enlightening paper on the current status of Chinese entrepreneurs in the Philippines and suggesting ways for trade expansion between them and Korea. I appreciated the structure of your paper, in which you first started with a historical perspective of commerce and trade in the Philippines, and where Chinese Filipinos are situated in that timeline, followed by the current business landscape in the country. These were then followed by the current status of Chinese enterprises and entrepreneurs in the Philippines, and end with a summary of business development and market expansion opportunities with Korea. Knowing the history behind the centuries of trade of Chinese Filipinos or Chinois residing in the Philippines and their dominance in Philippine business, which account for majority of enterprises in the country at various scales of operation, including the long-standing business conglomerates, provides a solid foundation for understanding their current situation amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the paper aptly ended with some broad strokes, strategies relative to the business development and market expansion opportunities with Korea. In view of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still ongoing. I can see your point in only providing broad strokes or general directions in terms of which sectors Korean investors can develop business or expand the market with Chinese Filipino entrepreneurs. Some suggestions I have for improving your paper include adding historical financial performance highlights of each Chinese Filipino conglomerate in the top 10 richest in the Philippines to provide a pre-COVID-19 perspective. Expanding the discussion on the current stress of MSME by citing a few cases of MSME relative to their historical performance and current stress, since they comprise over 95% of the number of enterprises in the country, and providing an outline or timeline for business development, entry, and market expansion. Finally, I have the following questions. First, from a political or governance point of view, how do you perceive the current and the post-pandemic business situation in the Philippines? Is it currently conducive to business development and market expansion with Korea? Will it be conducive to business development and market expansion with Korea in the post-pandemic era? Secondly, although you provided some sectors which may be potential entry points for Korean investors in broad strokes, could you identify and elaborate more on perhaps 3 promising sectors dominated by Chinese Filipino entrepreneurs where Korean entrepreneurs can prioritize? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. John, for the comments. Professor Maramba, you're going to have a chance to respond at the end of discussion session, so please stand by. And I also want to remind you that in addition to previous 2 Korean discussions, we also have invited discussants from Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. First, I want to introduce Professor Pham Quoc Trong from Technology University in Vietnam as the third discussant. Professor Pham will discuss Professor Yan's presentations. Please welcome Professor Pham. Professor Pham, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much for inviting me for sharing in this discussion session. I'm happy to be here, and I learned a lot from you, your interesting presentation. I agree with all speakers about the importance of digital technology, and also the importance of cultural in order to improve the national brand of Korea and to boost the trade between the 2 countries and between Korea and Southeast Asia country. I also agree with Professor Kim about some innovation and knowledge management approach for putting the trading between Korea and other country. Yet I think if we have time, we will discuss more about the impact of the digital technology for the trading and explore more about the innovation and knowledge management approach. About the presentation of Professor Yan about the K-pop, I think it's very interesting, and I agree with Professor Yan about the current status and competitiveness of K-pop. I have something to add in the viewpoint of cultural aspect and from the context of Vietnam, so that we can have more information about the strength and the weakness of K-pop in comparison with the J-pop. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I will talk about the context of this topic. We are in digital society, so entertainment and creative industry become one of the most important sector of any country. And we know since 2000, K-pop evolved into a global phenomenon, and mostly due to the development of the internet and entertainment technology. And the Korean way has spread the influence of aspect of Korean culture, include fashion, music, TV program, cosmetic, game, cuisine, webtoon, and beauties. And K-pop and could be used as a strategy of Korea to improve its national brand and to support cultural product exportation. But there are some challenges for K-pop currently. That is the competition with the Japanese pop, Western music, and other cultural trends. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the change in policy of South Korea government toward Indochina Peninsula. So we need to review the current status and competitiveness of K-pop and set a suitable policy. So the current status of K-pop, we realize that it have a top position in top five country of the spending most high for K-pop in 2020. 4 countries in the Southeast Asia country: Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia. And there are some brief introduction about the development of K-pop in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. Especially in Vietnam, currently 51% of Vietnamese like South Korea pop music, and 68% like Korean TV serial. And according to a survey, kimbap and tteokbokki is the most popular dish in Vietnam. And about 70% of Vietnamese have a positive feeling about South Korea. And we now we look at the competitiveness of Korean ways in Vietnam. We see there are 4 stage of Korean way. The first day, using the cultural product of Korean way, such as K-movie or K-pop. The second way, the second stay, buying the product connecting to K-movie or K-pop, such as the film, picture, Hallyu tour. And the third stay, buying made in Korea good, such as clothing, domestic, electric accessory. And the fourth stay, having a passion of Korean culture, economy in general. So currently, Vietnam can be classified in between a third and fourth stay. According to a survey from 600 Vietnamese adults, Korean entertainment content are more popular than Japanese one. This figure show the comparison of the entertainment content line net between Korea and Japan. We see Korea have a higher competitiveness in comparison with Japan. In most of area, music, drama, movie, and game. About the strength and weakness of K-pop, there's a survey in Vietnam, and we realize what they like from K-pop and what they dislike from K-pop, and there are some answer. This is the most interesting feature of K-pop: diverse style, dance, and singer beauties. And the top three reasons why they dislike K-pop, that is excessive sexy, mediocre lyrics, and stereotypic pattern. So in compare with the Japanese pop, Korean pop is more popular in Vietnam, but it should try to improve some weaknesses so that it can increase the competitiveness. And there's the searching for K-pop keyword and J-pop, you will see the blue line K-pop. Although it's decreased a little bit, but in comparison with J-pop, it's higher. And but we also realize that Korean way is better than Japanese ways in some feature, such as Korean fashion, Korean food, doing Korean. But in some other features, such as Japanese culture, learning Japanese and Japanese study, the competitiveness of Japanese is higher for Korean one. So that something K-pop should try to think and to improve image so that they can combine the K-pop with the culture and the other cultural activities such as learning Korean Korean culture. So based on previous study, we summarize the four main suggestions for improving the impact of Hallyu Korean ways in the Southeast Asian country, including developing an integrated culture between East and Southeast Asia if we have the cultural flows, and boosting the digital transformation process and applying entertainment technology such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and more, and organizing some cultural exchange activity, especially at the individual level, such as cultural tourism, cultural exchange event, language study, superstar visit, and encourage various forms of collaboration between business in Korea and Southeast Asia country. In conclusion, the impact of K-pop in Southeast Asia region in various aspects, such as increase the fan club, idol visit, tourism, cultural product export, and even some other form of collaboration and exchange. Korean ways they also rely to have a better competitiveness in comparison with Japanese ways and Western cultural way because the similarity and Korean ways is considered a hybrid of the Asia and the Western culture. However, K-pop should try to improve some of its weaknesses such as the excessive sexy, the mediocre lyric, and the stereotype big pattern. To strengthen Korean way competitiveness, Korean media company must try to connect K-pop with other cultural events. Some suggestions including support culture flows, take advantage of new technology, facilitate the cultural exchange, set up collaborative framework, and certainly there are some limitation of this paper. We use the secondary data only, lack of a theoretical framework, and not include all the country in Southeast Asia region. So I think that's something to add to the presentation of Professor Yan. And if we have some time, we will discuss more about the impact of the digital technology and innovation, cultural aspect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Palm. Thank you for your discussion. Okay, now I want to introduce our next discussant, Professor Lektam Peter from Thammasat University in Thailand. Please welcome Professor Lektam.
Hello, am I expecting to talk now or I'm waiting for the moderator?
Yeah, you're good to go. Can you share your...
I guess it's my turn to talk. Hello, everyone. Nice to
excuse me,
Thank you for
could you...
inviting me. My name is Peter Rakam. I am from Thammasat.
Excuse me, Professor Peter.
I just want to give an applause to every one of you guys who did a really good job. You know, I had a pretty good impression with the K-pop, the Hallyu presentation, as well as a few other presentations, especially the Chinese investment in Indonesia as well, and Philippines. Right now, I actually
Professor Lektam.
about the Chinese investment in Thailand, and which is one of the one of the biggest economic development in Thailand right now. Let me go ahead and play the slide, and then I will need to share it to the group. Give me a second.
Professor Lektam, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I hope it's coming up. Okay.
Okay, good.
Hopefully you guys see that. Okay. Currently, in addition to a lot of investment from China into ASEAN region, Southeast Asian region, in Philippines, in Indonesia, and China has also invested quite a bit in Thailand as well, especially the One Belt One Road movement. And one of the industry that's get a lot of investment from China is electronic commerce. And you know, Alibaba, Jack Ma has come to Thailand about 2 years ago in 2018, and Alibaba and the Thai government has signed a few agreements to try to improve the e-commerce market in Thailand. And that's Jack Ma and the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister of Thailand, Mr. Prayut Chan-o-cha, who's been in charge for a while. So basically, you know, as a lot of you guys know, that Thailand do produce a lot of farm products. We do exported rice and palm oil, a lot of those farming products. And Alibaba actually want to buy up a lot of the rice and the fruits and the farm products from Thailand. But the big struggle is we still don't have the e-commerce platform in Thailand to be able to sell directly to Chinese market yet. So Alibaba want to create the linkage between the Chinese market and the Thai exporting market. So they come to Thailand and they do invest quite a bit in the Thailand infrastructure. and the platform, hopefully the future platform that will happen, and then Thai farmer can also export our farming products to China. So Jack Ma said, time to go to digital. Jack Ma tell all the Thai farmers, basically, well, not directly to the Thai farmer, but tell it to our prime minister. And then our prime minister is trying to create that. And when he arrived like 2 years ago, it was like a big hoopla. So like once he shake hand with the prime minister, within 1 minute, we were able to sell like 80,000 durian on Alibaba platform on Tmall within like 1 minute, which was a very impressive number. I'm not sure if that's a reality or not, but then technically they did sell like a tons of durian, which is I think most of you guys probably have heard of this. If you're from ASEAN, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, you probably have tried this, but some of you from Korea probably have seen it before. It's called the king of fruits, and it has quite a strong smell. But the Chinese love this. The Chinese consumer do love the fruits from Southeast Asia country. And durian is one of the most popular fruits that the Chinese consumer love to consume. So we try to promote it, the durian exportation to China as much as possible. I myself did the research on. We traveled to China to try to see which e-commerce platform that we can sell more durians to the Chinese consumer. So Alibaba invested quite a lot in the infrastructure of the Thai e-commerce. They come into the place, the area called EEC, which is on the eastern seaboard part of Thailand, which is close to, if you guys have come to Thailand, like in Rayong and Pattaya, is on the right side. And that's where the seaport is. And Alibaba has invested quite a bit in that area. So this is the old model. In the past, if you want to import some product from China, then it's on the farthest left of your screen. Then you would order online, and then, for example, you order from AliExpress, like 2 days ago, the 11/11. Then the product will be shipped directly from China to Thailand. But the newer model that is going to happen with a lot of investment from Alibaba, that they actually going to come to Thailand and have this distribution center in the eastern seaboard of Thailand. And basically all of their products will be stocked in the eastern seaboard part. And in the future, when we order something from Shopee or JD.com, and the products will flow directly from inside Thailand rather than directly from China, which will shorten the time of the shipment from, say, right now, for example, if I order something from AliExpress, most of the time it will arrive Thailand within like 1 to 2 weeks, mostly 2 weeks. But then in the future, it could be much shorter. For example, a few months ago, I ordered something from AliExpress, and the product was shipped directly from Thailand location rather than just China. So there are currently a lot of Chinese company who already came to Thailand and have the warehouse, have the businesses here already. So that's going to be the new normal, new model, which the Thai government, in some way, that we would like to export more of our products, the fruits and other Thai brands products to China, because China is a big market. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of influx of the Chinese products that's incoming to Thailand. I guess eventually the Thai government or Thailand will have to kind of like smooth it out, like how can we balance the import and export between the Chinese products and Thai products coming in and going out. So Thai businesses also want to expand to China. As most of you already know that China has 1.6 billion people, and roughly about half of them are active buyer online, who usually shop from Alibaba, or a few other platforms. So that is like 10 times the size of the number of consumer in Thailand. So it's a very attractive market, and Thai businesses would love to expand the market presence in China. Obviously, that EEC will be the hub where both the import and export of our products will be going in and out of China to Thailand. So So Alibaba has invested quite a bit in EEC, the Eastern Corridor, Eastern Seaboard Corridor, and they are going to be the big player who's going to invest in the logistic and the warehouses and the services that will bring all the products to the Thai consumer and vice versa. So why did I choose Thailand? Well, as you probably know, that Thailand has the highest number of tourists in ASEAN country pre-COVID-19, at least. But then that number obviously went down like 99%. There's no tourists mostly in Thailand at all right now. But once hopefully the COVID go away, then things will go back to normal. But that will take a few more years. But then Thailand has mobile user more than like 70 million mobile phone. Yeah, we have like 70 million people. We have like 100 mobile phone number, which is mean like each person have access to mobile phone, and then they can go online. They can do a lot of shopping. So Thailand is quite attractive market for China to invest in, for Alibaba to invest in. Number of 4Gs is pretty much like almost 80%, like 76%. So it's like number 2 ranking in Southeast Asia, and 5Gs will be live quite soon. Some of the parts in Bangkok, most of the parts in Bangkok already have the 5G network. So it's just a matter of time that it will spread out to other provinces in Thailand also. Then the highest number of Facebook user is also in Bangkok. Okay. So Alibaba has helped to invest in the e-commerce market in Thailand, and it has been giving up the boom in the logistic industry in Thailand. Before Alibaba came in, there was like roughly like 1100 logistic company, but then after that, it has increased this, and it's going to increase this more and more. Okay. And Thailand has a strong like e-commerce ecosystem, and a lot of ecosystem in e-commerce in Thailand has a Chinese presence on it. Shopee, is owned by a Singaporean company, but it has a strong tie with China. JD.com, Lazada, all the big threes are owned by pretty much like investor from China. We have blended nicely with between the Thai e-commerce ecosystem with the Chinese electronic commerce firm as well. So we do have a pretty strong e-commerce ecosystem in Thailand. And the yearly growth of the spending on e-commerce market in Thailand keep increasing from year to year. Last year, 2019, it was like 5.2 billion US dollar, and this year's jumped up to 7.1 billion dollar. I guess the jump is quite high, like almost 40%. I guess it's probably with COVID also, because once COVID hit, everyone move online and buy stuff online. The Thai producer that mostly the Chinese consumer love the products that's related to health and beauty, some small electronic appliance, and the fruits, the rice of Thai products. So those are the products that we try to promote it to the Chinese market. Okay. Oh, sorry, the picture is a little bit enlarged. But this is my last slide. Basically, in addition to the Chinese investment in the e-commerce, Thailand now has a new kind of like social movement where we have a lot of influx of mainland Chinese people who move to Thailand to do to conduct trades, and we have even one area in Bangkok which is called Hue Quang, which is a new area where the new generation of Chinese people actually move from China, and then they actually come to Thailand, and then they conduct the business here. So we even have that, and now we have some conflicts, some small tension between the Chinese Thai who originally moved here like 100 years ago, or they are already Thai, but the Chinese, with the new generation of Chinese from mainland. Basically, the old generation Chinese now to some extent kind of cannot compete directly with the new generation Chinese from China, because the new generation, they come in with the knowledge, the know-how, the funding. It's unlike the Chinese generation, the old timer, where they come with almost nothing, but then they build themselves up, and now a lot of them become landlord. So the new generation sometimes take over certain areas and then rent out the real estate, like the commercial buildings and commercial space from the old generation Chinese, that the Thai Chinese. So we see a lot of changes, both in the economics and technology, and I'm sure that in the future we'll see the changes in the social fabrics of the Thai culture, especially when we talk about China, Thai, and then Chinese Thai as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lakdam. Okay, from now on, we're going to have a time for speakers to respond to the points raised in the discussion sessions. So I want to give first chance to Professor Madamba. Professor Madamba. Professor Lakdam, could you please disconnect your screen sharing? Please stop. Professor Lakdam.
You can press escape.
Please stop sharing screen, Professor Lakdam.
Okay, I press escape, and then what will happen? Okay, 1 second. Please end sharing. Okay.
Stop sharing your screen.
Stop share.
Good, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Madamba, you have any comments on Dr. John's questions or comments? Professor Madamba, can you hear me? Professor Madamba.
Okay, just unmute my mic.
Unmute,
Yes, so you can respond to Dr. John's comments or questions. Professor Madamba, can you hear me? Okay, I will move to Professor Yan. Professor Yan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Professor Yan, can you hear me? Okay, so if you have any comments on the Professor Palm's comments on or his work, please feel free to speak. Professor Yan. Professor Yan from China Cultural University in Taiwan. Foreign speakers, can you hear me? Can you hear me? 안 들리나 보네요. 아무도 안 들리는 것 같습니다. Is there anyone who can hear me? If you can hear me, please wave your hand. I think we have some technical problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe I can. He said, "Can you hear me?" Right. I can speak something. I actually don't have a questions, but I would like to have some sharing about today's section. First of all, I'm happy to participate in this event, since we have abundant information, rich information about the status of Korean economy, Koreans to Southeast Asia. Okay, can you hear me right? Okay. Yeah, yeah. So I think the topic here presented today are actually relevant, because in general it is the Korean wave. Korean wave. I think that there are some factors together, like the Korean wave, and also the emergence of Asian market, especially Southeast Asian market, and the emergence of digital economy. I think that this is three very, from my perspective, three major trends in Southeast Asian market. So whatever the type of the product and the service, I think the digital platform will be, I think it will be always be one of the major driving force. And all the product and e-commerce and smart commerce, we have to be familiar with the diverse digital platform and the social media. It is very important, and that includes cultural exchange and the presentation with a different cultural aspect. Because like there is an expert mentioned about that from Milan. That I think that culture is very important, so especially in Southeast Asia. We have different countries with diverse culture. So how to interact with each other to know our culture better, and how to have a better cultural exchange through digital platform is also important, just like our conference. So this is a conference, but effective. And we have to learn how to utilize the digital platform to express our ideas together and listen to other people in terms of their aspect or their need. This is my general feeling for today.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yang, for the responses. Professor, now we move to Madame Buzz.
I just want to add to Professor Yan.
You have questions
K-wave,
like
the
them?
Hallyu. I think it started in Thailand about like 15 years ago, give or take, and it has become quite popular among at the beginning. Usually, it's for the young kids, for the teenagers. Now I think the K-wave has expanded from like just music into like drama, movies, and now we have like the expansion of the people, the Thai people who love the Korean culture. It's not just for teenagers anymore, but now it's spread out to the even the older people in Thailand, because they love to watch Korean drama online. And for example, for myself at my school, there's a lot of students who in the past, probably like 10 years ago, would never probably if they want to go to exchange student, they probably want to go to the US or go to Europe. But now we see a lot of changes that many students now want to go to Korea rather than just going, far away to America or Europe. So I think that Korean Wave has a long-lasting effect so far, and it's gonna be more and more that expanding. And now I think in your presentation there was a band called Blackpink in there, and which is supposed to be very popular among us. I know them, but I never listened to the music. But one of the main singer in Blackpink is from Thailand, and her name is Lisa, I think Lisa from Thailand, and she's quite an amazing story. I think she was training herself when she was like 11 years old or something, and then she went to Korea and trained, and now become supposedly one of the most famous K-pop singer, and that's quite a story in Thailand. And a lot of Thai girls, young girls, love to look up to her as like the role model. So that is quite an amazing piece for the spread out of the Korean culture to ASEAN country, especially Thailand.
Yeah, I agree. I realize that the further development of social network also have an impact on the cultural exchange. Today, K-pop very famous on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, so that the Vietnamese youth they can learn and they can imitate the pop star in a short time. And I think that's also help to boost the cultural exchange between the teenager. And I think further development of the technology will have a direct impact on the cultural exchange as well as the trading activity between country in the region.
Okay, Professor, you have further comments? Okay. Now I want to give Professor Maramba a chance to respond Dr. John's comments or questions.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Sun Wan John, for your very constructive comments and suggestions. I understand that you have 3 particular suggestions to me. First had to do with maybe adding historical financial data for the richest tycoon conglomerates. And yes, that would have provided a very good background as well to see like what the foundation is in terms of the pre-COVID situation, so that we can see like more or less what happened afterwards. Although I did give that, but I didn't give the pre-COVID situation. So that's well taken. Thank you for that. Second comment that you mentioned was to try to expand the discussion on the MSMEs. Yes, I think that is the biggest thing that I could have done, I guess, considering that the MSMEs account for 95% or over 95% of all establishments in the country. My problem, though, was the gathering of the data, given that we are under a lockdown. It's so difficult also to communicate with the MSME entrepreneurs online because of very poor connectivity, because everybody's using the internet, okay? And so therefore, that was like really, really tricky. But then had I had enough time, I think that would have provided a very nice situational analysis as well. The third that you mentioned, as far as a suggestion is concerned, would be to provide an outline or timeline for business development, entry, and market expansion. Well, at this point, Professor John, actually, the Philippines, like I guess the rest of the world, what we're doing right now is to like try to get a grasp already of where we are in terms of the current situation, and to see like how much we've lost, among other things. And so I think it's more a period for trying to make sense of what to do first. And in the case of our country, what we want to do is really to make sure that the education of the children is not put or left behind, because definitely nobody goes to school. I mean, the brick and mortar school. Everybody does it remotely, but only a fraction of the students can be reached because of the archipelagic location or strategic archipelagic nature of the country. So not everybody has internet, not everybody has a laptop, not everybody has a device. So it's education that's first, plus of course, food. We have a lot of people who have gone hungry because a lot of people have also lost their jobs. So I guess among other things, that particular timeline will have to depend really on how fast we are able to get back on our feet. And so therefore we can like welcome investors again into the country. So maybe the timeline might have to wait, but if I may also answer one of your questions, because you mentioned also how do I think would be potential entry points, like the top 3 maybe in my opinion, based on the list that I gave of 11, I would say number 1 would still be the health sector, because not unless everybody is healthy, then I guess we cannot really do that much. When I say the health sector, maybe medical apparatus, maybe Korea can, you have already been supplying us with this, but maybe we would need more. So I'm talking here from the vantage point of not just the hospitals and requirements also for, I would say, pharmaceuticals. I think that's also one of the biggest things that is in need right now. The second one would be that the more short-term requirements would also be for manufacturing, since manufacturing has gone into supposedly full swing, but there are delays in the schedules primarily because of the imported components needed for manufacturing, which we also import also from Korea and other countries like China and the United States as well. So that's the second. So I would say health sector first, then maybe the manufacturing sector as well can be like a second one. And the third, I think, which is like very eminent, especially for the small and medium scale and micro enterprises, would be the trying to speed up the digitalization, okay, of MSMEs and the encouragement of technology startups. So this might be also a good entry point, especially now that there's still a travel ban, so investors cannot come to the country. But if we're able to do this digitally or whatever, I think these are like 3 sunrise industries that can be further emphasized as far as the Korean market is concerned. Now, the last question you had to do with how do I perceive, okay, the current and post-pandemic business situation in the Philippines. So is it currently conducive? I would say no, because we're just starting to get back on our feet, I would say. There's a travel ban. If you come to the Philippines, they're gonna see whether you have a Philippine passport or not. If you don't have a Philippine passport, you cannot enter the country, unfortunately, okay? Not unless you are one of the foreign teams who are gonna come and help us solve our COVID-19 problems, okay? In terms of like providing like really very important investments in the area of healthcare, I would say. That's one. And then you ask, will it be conducive to development and market expansion in the post-pandemic era? I would say definitely yes. But as mentioned, the CEOs feel that it will take at least maybe 1.5 or 2 to 3 years before it would be conducive. I mean, the environment will be conducive again once more for investment. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Professor Madame Bars. Okay. Is there anyone who have a comments on Professor Cecilia's talk or any comments? No? Or other questions? Okay, I think we're almost done. Okay, I think that this is the end of topic sessions. I'm sure that you had much knowledge and insight from the symposiums. I also want to thank again for all participants, organizers, and speakers and discussants. Have a good evening and wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
예. 예, 지금 단체 사진 촬영이 있겠습니다. 뭐 사진 촬영하고 싶으신 분 나오시길 바랍니다.